clear.
Say it right. Say it with our bodies and brains. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI still fighting today, make room. So what you claim, power that never turn. We north to the south, this land raised my child. Bodies and ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name.
This was home. Before permission, before approval, say our name.
With our bodies and brains, we benefit. Don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name. We have you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America. So lit, hell up out America, take your just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance, and you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from dogs we tear down death? Disrespect That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show you your ungrateful ass to the right place. Oh, oh.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America. So leave. Style was discussing this whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear. There's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. Then that's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, America, so leave. Oh,
don't get it, so it's time to go home.
get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time.
We ought to go home. So fly a little birdies. So fly a little birdies, fly far away from here. Little birdies from here. So fly a little birdies, fly. So fly a little birdies, fly. So fly a little birdies, fly. Fly far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears for 100 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room, but we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We LBA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our flames are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace shows, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distant and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandon your land and call it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Like Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that? Do you like that? You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more Wi-Fi. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, my family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Shane Crewman, and we are joined with our Asian ally.
Hi, Jesse. How you doing? You look very nice today. Can you hear me?
Gotta start looking the part. Yeah, I was saying thank you, Michael. I gotta start looking the part, and we should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankoy. And on this season 6, episode 40, or 40, part 3, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 2, and that is why does delineation have so many people upset when a non-tether becomes a tether. Master P responds to Black people trashing him over slavery comment and sends shots back. Officer Tater Tots, Officer Brandon Tatum, admits he grew up hating white people. What happened? Sean Grayson, who unalived Sonia Massey, perished in prison. We covered that yesterday, but we didn't get Lisa Cabrera's take on it, so we're going to hear from Lisa on that. Then we got Tupac murder trial. Keefe D called out. This is day 6 of the Keefe D Tupac murder trial. So we got an update on that. Then we got Ocean Springs activist exposes Jackson County in Mississippi. RIP to our brother Nolan Wells. Then we got shocking discoveries in Nolan Wells' death. Raise serious questions. Then we got if Nolan Wells drowned, explain this. New developments raise more questions in the Nolan Wells case. Prison babbler tries to crash out over FBA delineation. This delineation got these people wilding out. Then we got FBA sister who created a school for our students. It's being bothered by anti-Black racists. Then we got Social Security changes why your SSI could be on the chopping block. Is the boycott finally catching up with everybody? Dominican woman gets exposed cosplaying as FBA, then crashes out. We got Angie Nixon, Michael. Are you familiar with her? She's the one that just won the primary in Florida.
Yes.
She's we're gonna hear from her on her winning the Democratic Senate race in Florida. DSA.
I actually reached out to her about reparations in the email.
Oh, okay. Did she respond back?
No, she did not respond back yet, but I'll say this. She was interviewed by Sabi Sabs, and she asked Angie Nixon about reparations. And Nixon says she does support reparations,
In the
but
form of
did not provide like a follow-up.
Was she specific? Did she say she support lineage cash payment reparations?
I'm trying to remember. I think Nixon said she supports lineage space, if I remember correctly.
Okay, because I asked in the Democracy Now! Chat and I still haven't got a reply. Because she was interviewed by Democracy Now! Today.
Today, also, you watched the Democracy Now! On the live stream, right?
Well, it was the live stream, the upload.
Oh, okay.
Then we got Haitian woman warns FBAs that Trump will come for us next. If we don't help immigrants, they need to stop that madness. They always keep saying that we next. We ain't next. They ain't coming for us. So I need to stop that. Then your boy Mandani says he's taking everything. Immigrant growth to scramble before Mandani takeover. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a Front Line and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we would usually have tomorrow, but we're on a sabbatical hiatus for a revamp. It's based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. It started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Make sure y'all hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Hit that bell so you'll be notified every time we go live. And make sure y'all join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora, and the local community events for both Denver and Aurora, Black events, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years. And then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so Lady Chase can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to her channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. I apologize, she hasn't been able to do an RBA Something's up with her computer or YouTube or both. YouTube been acting stupid all week. It was really acting stupid today. I was trying to live stream the city council meeting and started buffering out of nowhere right when it was time for me and others to speak. So YouTube, I don't know what the hell is wrong with you, but you need to get your act together. But make sure y'all sub to the RDA. Then we got YouTube, Sabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Sabaka can start going live on YouTube. I think he has 50 subscribers now. So he got to find out what he got to do before he can start going live. He should be able to start going live here shortly. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to Cuz channel. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channels in the description. Then we got our certified, codified brother out of the Mile High, incoming illegal migrant flooded city, out that Bell site, that Montbello, Kukizi. Make sure y'all sub to Kukizi's channel. He used to do the intro track for the Front Line Blacc News, and now he's doing the FBA culture reports. And he was just on, I believe, one of the Twitter spaces I'm going to play tonight, with chopping it up with Tariq about this delineation. So shout out to our brother Kukizi. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Breeze Omega on YouTube. The link to his channel is in the description. He was live. I think he was live earlier. I can't remember. But he usually drops a live just about every day. So make sure y'all check him out. And then we got our brother, and that's our brother from Hempstead, Long Island, who's now in Leesburg, Virginia. Then we got our brother from Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, studying to be a lawyer, the next Johnny Cochran. Our brother, the Church of Black Power, make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He interviewed me about a month ago on his YouTube channel, so make sure y'all check that out. Then we got TAUREAN Rain Reloaded, our brother out the DMV, who's been around for a decade plus and actually put Lisa Cabrera on and came up with several series, such as the We Fought Back series. Make sure y'all check out our brother TAUREAN Rain Reloaded on YouTube. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network, our brother Afro Elite out the Shy. Our main brothers, Professor Black Chud, who's going to be on a hiatus for like a week or so. Jason Black, the Black Authority, Tariq Rashid, our brother Water God TV, Great Black Shark, Sincere Love to God, and his co-host Nicety Girl, Beatzilla, Sister Vicky Dillard, Sister Only New Black Media outside of us out here in Colorado. There's the other so-called black media out here is a bunch of Boule Democratic Shield media. Who else? And a slew of other new black media content creators, Lisa Cabrera, ZZ Rants. I'll be naming people here all night, but y'all get the gist. Make sure y'all sub to their channels. And then we got, last turn not least, our brother Black Truth United came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. Oh, you got the interview? Okay. Thanks for sharing that, Michael.
You're welcome.
It's a list of FBA and B1 businesses. The link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to the FBA threat database is in the description. And the link to the Freedmen Reparations Party merch is also in the description. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus, long overdue. And create a foundational Black American caucus. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign it if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got Michael's petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia to introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act now. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. If you could drop that link in the chat, Michael, that would be great. Then we got the Reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that white supremacist Chud the Bussy, Chud the Builder, Dalton Etherly. Make sure y'all donate to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe. Shame on you, Tennessee, for releasing that savage on $1 million bond. Then we got stopped Netflix from releasing the damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Brandy Short for putting that petition together. The link is in the description. Make sure y'all sign it if you haven't already. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the outfit in the background. I am a candidate currently on the ballot for House District 8 here in the state of Colorado, a historically Black district up until recently, and we need to reclaim the district and get what is rightfully owed to us here in the state of Colorado. So make sure y'all support my campaign, Jesse Parrish for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8. The link to my website's in the description. Lady Che has put together, so make sure y'all check that out. Then YouTube, PukeTube. We have copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced Justice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. I'm sorry. You must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., produced Justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. The only racism that exists in this time, era, and realm is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who passed away exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 4 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Michael, so we're going to hop right into it with AfroWire AI. Lasherica's going to give us an update on why Delineation has so many people upset, as we seen last night from our anchorman. Salute to the anchorman. But he just got back on the scene, so he's new to this. So I was trying to bring him up to speed. I think you missed it, Michael. All this happened after you got off. But yeah, we had a real interesting conversation yesterday.
In Denver, right?
Yeah, so our anchorman who was responsible for creating the Front Line, he got on the platform yesterday, and he's been locked down for like 10 years. So he's like new to the whole new Black media scene and what we're talking about in the new Black media. So I was trying to bring him up to speed, and it got a little contentious.
Very contentious as well. Was he because he didn't understand FBA lineage, or he was just stuck on the racial identity part?
He didn't understand FBA lineage. Well, he did, but then he thought it was separation. And I'm like, how is it separation when we've never been united in the first place?
Right.
But I think he's still on a pan-goofyism. So he thinks we're all generic Africans and we're all from Africa and we need to do what's in the best interest of Africa. And I was trying to tell him, like, we're not on that no more.
And I'm sure you like cussed him out, right?
I didn't cuss him out, but I did, try to get him up to speed on what we're talking about.
Okay. I just because I thought that it'll be a lot of yelling between both of you.
It got a little contentious, but nothing too major.
Wow, I'm very surprised because I know Donovan will get very contentious like crazy.
Well, I know him, so it's not like I'm talking to a complete stranger.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, he started the Front Line. We just carried it on for like the whole time he's been locked down.
Mm-hmm. Right. But you say he's FBA, right?
No, he's Dominican.
Oh, Dominican. Okay. Wait, I think that was the one. I'm trying to remember. I think I saw him on your live stream, right?
Yeah, he was on last night.
Oh, okay, him. Wow. Okay, I never expected someone besides me to be on your live stream.
No, like the logo for Frontline campaign, I saw him.
Mm-hmm.
But he's been locked up. He's been away for like a decade. We got Kukisi in the building.
Hey, Cookie.
So when he went in, we were still on Pan-Africanism. So now that he's out, he's like trying to come to grips with what's going on because we're not on that no more.
Right. So what do you think it's gonna take, for some of them to embrace FBA lens? You think it's gonna take you think it's gonna take at least 10 years, or you say 5 years at least?
We don't care how long it takes. They just need to get used to it.
Used to it.
The way of things. And it's not even new. Like it's just we're rekindling something that was already started long ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's just in our time now. We're resurfacing it. Like Frederick Douglass, he was on Delineation. Harriet Tubman was on Delineation. Like,
right.
We're bringing it up to the 21st century. We got Cow Dog in the building. Salute, Cow Dog.
Hey, Cow Dog, how you doing?
We just came over from Water God. Shout out to the Water Gang. Yeah, so let me play LaShara because she's gonna give us an update on why Delineation has these tethers crashing out.
That's the problem. Let me say that one more time for the folks. For years, they told us we had no culture, told us we were lost, told us we were lazy and confused about who we are. Now we know exactly who we are, and suddenly that's the problem. Let me say that one more time for the folks in the back, because I want it to sit right on your chest. The same people who spent decades telling Black Americans we had nothing, no history, no homeland, no traditions, nothing but leftovers, are now big mad that we stood up, looked in the mirror, and said we know precisely who we are. We are the descendants of people who were kidnapped, enslaved, freed on paper, terrorized in practice, and who built the wealth of this country with their hands and their backs. That is a lineage. That is a group. That is a story with a beginning, a middle, and a bill that never got paid. And the second we said it out loud, the temperature in the room changed. Let me be clear about what delineation actually is, because folks love to argue with a version of it they made up in their own head. Delineation is not hate. Delineation is not telling anybody they can't be here. Delineation is not telling you where to live, who to love, or how to eat. Delineation is specificity. It is saying, I am not everybody. I am somebody in particular. My people have a particular history in a particular country with a particular injury. And when this nation finally sits down to settle up, we intend to be at that table with our own name on the paperwork. That's it. That is the whole entire thing, start to finish, nothing hidden. And people are acting like we walked in their house and took the deed off the wall. Here is what has me heated. Every other group on this planet gets to do this and nobody blinks. Nigerian brother will tell you he is Nigerian, and specifically Igbo before you finish shaking his hand, and it is beautiful. A Jamaican sister will correct you in half a second if you get her island wrong. Haitians throw a whole celebration for their flag and nobody calls it divisive. Irish folks got a parade downtown with green in the street. Italians got neighborhoods, festivals, and a heritage month. Jewish people are extremely clear about their history, their community, and their claim, and the world respects that clarity. Everybody gets to be specific. Everybody gets a name, a history, a homeland, a claim, a lane. Everybody except us. We say foundational Black American, and grown people lose their entire mind, start typing paragraphs, and go live at midnight about it. Why? Okay, I'll tell you why. Because our identity has been treated like public property since the first ship touched this shore. Our music gets borrowed, our slang gets borrowed, put in a commercial, and sold back to us before we even get tired of it. Our style shows up on a runway in Milan with a French name attached to it. Our struggle gets used as a passport. Our political capital gets spent by people who did not earn it and will not share it. And the whole time we were expected to smile, be the moral conscience of this nation, march for everybody, vote for everybody, bleed for everybody, and ask for absolutely nothing specific in return. So when we finally said we are going to be specific about ourselves and our own interests, We did not take a thing from anybody. We stopped giving something away for free. There is a difference between somebody robbing you and somebody who used to get it free, now having to pay retail. What you are hearing is not the sound of theft. That is the sound of the discount ending. Then here comes that word, divisive. Every single time, you're dividing the community. Baby, the community was never one thing. Sharing a skin tone does not mean sharing a situation. My great-grandmother could not vote in the county she was born in. My grandfather came home from a war and could not get the loan that built the suburbs. That is not a vibe. That is a paper trail. And a paper trail belongs to specific people with specific names on specific documents in specific courthouses. And pay attention to when the unity talk shows up. Nobody is preaching unity when it is time to fund our schools, sit in our courtrooms, show up for our cases, or fight for what this country owes us specifically. Nobody wants to be one big family when the work is boring and the cameras are off. Unity only walks through the door when resources hit the table. Then all of a sudden, everybody is a cousin. Now let me get to the part underneath all of this, because I want you to understand what you are really watching. For generations, we were the engine pulling everybody's wagon. Our people got beat on bridges and killed in church basements, so this country would open doors that plenty of other folks walked straight through, doors that changed the entire immigration system in this nation. We did the dying, other folks did the arriving, and that was fine. We never even asked for a thank you card. But now the engine has decided to pull its own wagon first, and the passengers are terrified. That is not principle. That is somebody realizing the free ride just announced its last stop. And spare me the culture conversation, please. We took a situation designed to erase us, and we built the blues, jazz, gospel, rock and roll, funk, soul, hip hop, and half the vocabulary the entire planet uses to sound cool. We built a way of speaking that linguists study in universities. We built a church that will make a stone break down and cry. We built a cuisine, a comedy tradition, a style of walking, a style of dressing, a whole way of being that gets imitated in every country on earth. We built family reunions with matching shirts and a spades table that will end friendships. If that is not culture, then the word has no meaning. But here is what truly has folks nervous, and this is the real one. We are not only naming ourselves, we turned inward. We are working on our own house now. We are talking about our money, our land, our schools, our health, our businesses, our children, our safety, our own accountability. We stopped waiting on a rescue party. We stopped auditioning for sympathy. We decided to be good with exactly who we are and fix what is broken in our own yard. And a group that fixes itself does not need a manager. A whole lot of people built entire careers being our manager. Consultants, organizations, politicians, personalities, folks who fundraise off our pain and deliver us nothing but a hashtag, a candle, and a press conference. When we handle our own business, their job description disappears overnight and the checks stop clearing. That is why the volume got so loud so fast. It was never about your feelings being hurt. It is about a budget. Then they try the last card. They say we are bitter, we are tribal, we are stuck in the past. Interesting how the past is only past when it is our turn to collect. Everybody else gets to carry their history like a crown. We carry ours, and it is a chip on the shoulder. No, sir, not today. Our history is not a chip. It is a receipt. So if you are one of the people upset about delineation, sit with an honest question tonight when nobody is watching and nobody has to perform. Are you upset because it is wrong? Or are you upset because it costs you something? Because those are two entirely different feelings, and only one of them is about principle. And if you are one of us, and you have been quiet because you did not want to be seen as the difficult one, hear me. You are allowed to know your name. You are allowed to have a claim. You are allowed to say it in a room full of people. You are allowed to love your people first without hating a soul on this earth. Nobody has to be your enemy for you to be your own priority. Every healthy group on this planet understands that, and we are done being the only ones who apologize for it. We know our name, we know our history, we know what we are owed, and we are going to keep saying it plainly and loudly until it shows up on paper with a signature on it. If that upsets you, respectfully, that is a you problem.
I wholeheartedly agree with LaSherica. That is definitely a you problem. If you got a problem with delineation, that's on you.
I agree with her 100%. I saw that clip, as a matter of fact, last night. I mean, today.
Because y'all was delineating well before us. I just mad
right.
we caught up and We're doing the same thing all you other groups been doing for the longest.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as y'all
Right.
get no, it's a win for Ghana. It's a win for Nigeria. It's a win for Haiti.
Right. Because the only thing you guys are doing is just returning the same energy
Mm-hmm.
that other groups of people have done to FBAs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess because immigrants realize once FBAs have delineated, immigrants feel that they're not gonna have a lot of power. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they can't leech off us no more.
Right, right.
Off our culture no more. They can't leech off of what we create anymore. Them days are over. The line has been drawn in the sand.
Mm-hmm.
All has been put up.
Right. And speaking about delineation, what do you say to your brothers and sisters who are married to non-FBAs or dating non-FBAs about delineation?
That don't change your lineage. You still a FBA. No matter who you married to, no matter what you believe, no matter what religion you follow, whatever, no matter what your ideology, your lineage is still your lineage.
Right.
And Caldor said they were delineating from day one. Me no black, exactly, Caldor. Especially those
Yeah.
men.
Right. And by the way, Jesse, I got a quick question for you. I know Philip Scott emphasizes individuals over collectives. So when you say individuals, is he saying that, like, for example, if there are 10, let's say 10 Hispanics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Out of 10 Hispanics, there are 5 individuals. Is that what he means by that?
Yeah.
Like, does it have to be like numbers or just on a case by case basis?
On a case by case basis. Basically, he's saying that collectively, these other groups, they don't want to work with us. So you might have one or two that are cool, but don't confuse that with the collective.
Right. So when you say 1 or 2 are cool, you mean like out of like 10 groups of people, right?
Out of whatever group of people. Like there's good and bad in every race, creed, ethnicity, whatever. But what he's basically saying is that's why there's no coalition, there's no coalition, because there is a coalition because we're not collectively, these other groups are not collectively trying to work with us.
Right. Right. Yeah. I see. Right. I see. Right. I see.
And if they do work with us, it's a one-sided affair. They want us doing all the work, and they reap benefits. And we're saying no, enough is enough of that madness. Hold your own candle. Hold your own nuts. Sue your colonizer.
Right. By the way, because I know Philip Scott talks a lot about reparations. I understand about the lineage I understand where he's coming from, lineage reparations.
Mm-hmm.
So I know Philip Scott talks from time to time about universal healthcare and free college education. How does that relate to FBAs? I'm just curious.
I mean, they said we need more education, but from who? Who we getting the education from? We need to educate our own people.
Right.
So the free education, that's like, I don't want to say it's a nothing burger, but that's not what we're asking for. We're asking for direct lineage cash payments.
Right, because I know Phil Scott talks about it from time to time.
Because they're talking about how the reading levels are low for the youth, for our youth.
Mm-hmm.
They're not learning nothing in these schools, in these public indoctrination centers anyway.
Right. I see.
So we need to be pushing them to apprenticeship programs and trade schools, not college.
Right. I understand. Right. I mean, I understand the importance of apprenticeships, but I think both are needed. Apprenticeships and colleges.
College is just putting us in more and more debt.
Debt. But what if I said to you, what if colleges didn't have to be in debt? In other words.
I would say I believe it when I see it, because as long as I've been living, college has been a money pit, a debt trap.
Right.
Just one FBA with an opinion, not the spokesman. Exactly, Kukizi.
Oh, Phil, I see. Okay. Makes sense because I notice that sometimes Phil Scott talks about universal policies, other times he talks about lineage.
And keep in mind who Phil Scott's married to.
Oh
He's married
yeah, that's right. A
to
light-skinned Latina. Yep.
yeah. So I would take what he says with a grain of salt.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, because I do take what he says with a grain of salt as well.
All right.
And yeah, I noticed that Philip Scott, when people have different opinions, I notice that he gets very not agitated, but he gets a little frustrated, or he charges like a fee.
Yeah, well, he got on me because I told him he needs to end that membership thing because he said he was going to end it after the last election, last presidential election. He
Mm-hmm.
had it up to keep the trolls out. Well, the election been over for almost 2 years. Why do you still have that membership up? And every time
Right.
I send it to him, he gives me a free membership.
Yeah, I think with the membership fee, why he does that, I think because he's trying to reduce tensions and he's trying not to debate trollers. So it's a way for him to make extra money, in other words.
Yeah, but he never like did a public announcement saying, "Hey, I'm just going to keep the membership up." He just kept it up, and then when I brought it to his attention, he was like, "Oh, here's a free membership. Here's a monthly membership."
Right. Yeah, you know your uncle, he's about making that extra money as a way for people who disagree with him to really to I guess you could say to pay to reimburse him.
He's like, if you're gonna troll me, you gotta pay to do it, which I understand, but it's like you didn't keep your word, Uncle Phil. You said you're gonna end that once the election was over.
Right, exactly. But you know how Phil, he loves to make extra money, even if it's like under $1 or more for trollers.
Yeah. I mean, we make people subscribe over here.
Mm-hmm.
I just got an email that said I can get we can do memberships now. So we're gonna have people on our membership that are members of the Front Line Black News. More coming.
Right.
So we'll move on to the next topic, and that is Professor Black Truth's video before his week hiatus. And that was him going on that Grits and Eggs podcast, Deontay Kyle, when a non-tether becomes a tether. So Professor Black Truth's gonna give us an update on that.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure the YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. As was mentioned in some earlier postings, this is going to be the last video posted for the next few weeks. But before this brief hiatus begins, I want to leave you with something of a think piece. That's what I try to do with my Sunday addresses. I don't like talking about people in particular, but in this case, I'm making an exception because this person can be used as a case study. Let's talk about tethers and Judas goats. Farmer will raise many forms of livestock on his farm, and one of those forms of livestock happens to be goats. But there's a certain psychology that goes along with handling goats, especially as you get closer to sending them to the slaughterhouse so you can make a profit off of them. There's a goat in particular that you go ahead and choose from the herd. This one's going to be treated special, so it's going to get some extra oats, some extra water. The farmer will make sure to pat it on the head and give it compliments, treat it real nice. Now, the farmer isn't taking extra good care of this goat in particular because he likes it. Far from it. He has plans for this goat, brief plans. This goat is being groomed to perform a specific purpose, one that it will only need to do one time. And that purpose is to make sure that the other goats follow it. But in order for the other goats to follow this one, the farmer has to get the goat to follow him. This is done to get the Judas goat to believe that it's got more in common with Massa than the other goats on the farm. You see, goats are difficult to domesticate, especially as a group. So in order to get the goats to go where the farmer wants, He needs to get one of their own to lead them. Now, when it comes time to get the latest batch of goat meat ready for market, the farmer will go to his special little goat, the one that he's been taking extra nice care of, and he'll put a collar around that goat's neck so he can lead it around. And this collar is often called a tether. And the farmer will use that tether to lead the other goats up the ramp into the slaughterhouse. Now, the goats, they don't know that's what the tether is doing, but that's the tether's purpose. That's the tether's entire purpose, to lead the other goats to slaughter. And that's why it's called the Judas goat, because its sole purpose is to betray the others. You see, the tether is not just a rope that connects them to the people they want to impersonate, but it's also something that they hope connects their victims to them. Because so long as the tether gets to play along with the idea that it's got something in common with the others, then it can hide behind them. They want to tether themselves to us in every way possible, because for them it's more than a tether, it's their lifeline. Your world said that America was founded by thieves, slaves, and opportunists. The Europeans are both thieves and opportunists, and every immigrant who's come to the U.S. has been an opportunist, full stop. When they talk about a land of opportunity, that's what they mean. Opportunists look for what they think to be an opportunity. And in the name of getting the upper hand, they even went along with white supremacy's racial hierarchy because, as they saw it, the opportunity was going to be an advantage over foundational Black Americans. Well, don't look now, but there's an argument going on between the thieves and the opportunists. And we're not allowing anyone to claim to be one of the slaves. Every single one of these immigrants, every single one, whether they came from south of the border, whether they came from the Caribbean, whether they came from Europe or Africa, they all came here voluntarily. And that being the case, they fully accepted the risks that went along with the opportunities that they thought they were going to get. They fully accepted that risk, just like when someone tells you that if you invest in this or that idea, you have to accept that there's risk of loss. Anyone who decides to be part of that venture, when they've had it explained to them that you must accept the risk, well, then they don't get to complain if things don't work out. If you agree to it, then you accepted it. And I also don't want to hear any immigrant whine about being mistreated in America at any time, because literally every immigrant group who's ever come here has sung the exact same song about I or my parents came here with nothing and built prosperous lives for ourselves. They were proud to be cheerleaders for white supremacy's lie of upward mobility. And they have all said that, every single one. None of them would even admit that racism existed in America. They all told foundational Black Americans that racism was just a figment of our imaginations, and that why you lazy Black Americans, you use it as an excuse for your own failings. Okay, now that white daddy's cutting them off and tossing them out, don't claim that it's racism now. It's too late for that. You spent over 150 years repeating that lie. You can't stop now. Africans and Caribbean immigrants, they also said racism didn't exist. And it certainly wasn't a problem for them. That was their favorite line. After all, racism wasn't stopping them from getting those government jobs and those government programs. So, hey, there was no racism, right? I mean, they were making out pretty good under the system. Then they cannot claim that there's racism going on now. You poured way too much concrete into the foundation of that particular lie to go back on it. So the people who are seeking opportunities are arguing with the thieves, and that has nothing to do with us. Our only responsibility is to clarify who we are and where we stand. If everyone else has told us that they're not with us, so we're agreeing with them. And now it seems they're realizing too late exactly what that means for them. Oh, you can tell when the tethers are getting nervous that the finesse is starting to run dry. And that brings us to the curious case of Deontay Kyle. This guy is a tether, full stop. He spent years trying to cosplay as one of us, but the heat that Delineation's been putting on his flabby rump has made it where he has to say something, usually something stupid. When we talk about foreign flags and people coming from abroad and cosplaying as us, this goofy, moist, corny, moist, mumble-mouth, moist clown is exactly what I'm talking about. He's a tether. And before I go in, yeah, I know there's going to be people who are going to be claiming that, well, he's not exactly from a foreign background. You know, you can't say his father was born in some foreign country. Well, here's the thing. You got a guy who's sitting here and he's attacking our lineage completely and thoroughly on the basis of y'all people, y'all like a cult, y'all just hate immigrants. This guy is identifying himself as allied with being an immigrant. Clearly, that's who he feels some sort of strict affinity for. And that being the case, since that's who he identifies with, that's who it is that he's attacking our lineage on the behalf of, as far as I'm concerned, okay then. That's obviously who he wants to be allied with. Not just allied with, that's who he wants to be on the side of. And since that's how he identifies himself for the sake of attacking our lineage, fine then. I'm going to agree with him. I'm going to identify him the exact same way on the basis of being an immigrant. And yet, what does this anti-FBA piece of rot call his podcast? Grits and eggs. It's stereotypical, it's demeaning, but it's also meant to try to bestow some phony cultural legitimacy on himself. Grits and eggs. It's meant to sound authentically Southern, or in his case, to sound stereotypically Southern. But if you mean the American South, this two-bit tether knows nothing about it. And this is why delineation is an inherently good thing, and it needs to be intensified and augmented. We need to become more direct and more forceful with this message. It doesn't need to be just in the room, it needs to get in people's faces. The Black immigrants who are Black first, they'll understand exactly why it must be this way because they've seen how the tethers destroyed Africa and the Caribbean. The opportunists and the people trying to grift off of our struggles, sacrifice, and achievement, where do you think they learned that from? They practiced that mess in their home countries and then brought it here. And now they're angry because we're putting them on notice that the party is over. All of that calling yourself Black when it suits you and then claiming your own home country the other 95% of the time, that's done. And by clarifying who is who, it also means that they'll be far less useful to white power, and that's what they're really upset about. They'll have to stand on their own, but having never established or worked to create a base for themselves, having always just eaten off of our plate and swung off the coattails of our history, they're going to be in a fix. Or rather, they will have put themselves in a fix. Now, this Deontay Kyle clown, you already know the stupid stuff this guy's had come out of his mouth. And it's not someone who I know, truth be told, I don't listen to the low IQ, lowbrow fare, but he's made a fool of himself, and this ain't the first time. And if you do listen to this guy, then shame on you for helping to prop him up and signal boost his garbage. Because you didn't have to wait until now to know that this tether was an enemy of Black empowerment. He's long been a stalking horse for the enemy. That's why white media and its Negro sock puppets have been bigging him up for a while now. A year ago, you had the shea butter corner of the internet, the feminists, who were praising this guy. Why? Because he posted a video saying that all Black men are responsible for anything bad that a particular Black man may do. Quote, "You may not harass women. You may know how to take rejection. The majority of men that most women deal with do not. And you are accountable for that as well." Now, this kind of talk is right out of the One Big Nigger playbook. This is supposed to be an alleged Black man here, and yet he's doing the most to push the lie that if one Black man is accused of something, well, that goes for all of them. This is the exact rationale that was used in order to prop up the lynchings, and the excuse du jour was always, well, if some white woman claims that a Black man did something, well, that's all of them, you know, so we got the right to kill all of them because they're just one big nigger, don't you know? This moist, soft, effeminate creep was trying to play to a shea butter crowd, who of course ate that garbage up. And we see how far they go with that. Yeah, these white social media platforms, they can let the algorithm play to your nonsense for a day. But that doesn't last. He got a momentary pat on the head from the 500-pound cows in the shea butter barnyard, and then they moved on to the next moron who would spew their gender-warring crap. Oh, but the stupid didn't stop there. He also said, "I don't have time to figure out which white people are nice or aren't racist. I have to go on the actions of the group as a whole, and the history of that group as a whole tells me that they are a danger to me and they are not to be trusted." Now, of course, how the hell are you going to compare the dominant society to anybody in Black America? Because the big difference is power. He can whine about white people all he wants, but he doesn't have the power to do anything to them. And there's no organized group of people who, as a whole, are able to do anything about white people either. So that's just hot air from a blowhard. How can you compare black men to white society in any shape, form, or fashion? Black feminists are always claiming that they have higher employment than black men, higher school enrollment, that black men are all incarcerated and all at the bottom of every metric, while black women are running rings around black men, to hear the feminists tell it. So if black women are higher enrolled, more employed, have higher positions in government, media, all the rest of it, who is actually the white people of black society then? That is, if we let this sexually suspect mouthpiece tell it. I thought it was perversely hilarious that this clown said, "You're not going to be talking hot about my culture." What culture, stupid? You call your podcast Grits and Eggs. What the hell does that have to do with the Caribbean? Why didn't he call it jerk chicken and curry goat? Because he's trying to leech himself onto the culture, the pulse. That's why. We worked for hundreds of years to build our reputation here, which is why everyone copies it, including him. If you're actually proud of your culture, then you got to stand on it. Drop the corny, stupid references to what you think our culture is based on, and you can tell that this guy is a sock puppet for white power because the garbage he comes out with, he sees the world clearly through the lens of the dominant society, and what he says about us, even when he's trying to lampoon us, sounds like a goofy, clueless white culture vulture, because that's what he wants to be part of. Delineation is the fire that was needed. That's what they say. Don't be talking hot about my culture. Yeah, it's delineation that's putting heat on his flabby behind. It's forced people to have to declare where they stand. When you threaten the ability of bootlicks to suck up to massa in our name, to pretend to be leading us around, then that hit dog's going to holler. They have to, because massa can't save them from this one. These black feminists, the shea butter bootlick crowd, they're always posting their asinine little memes saying that black men are all running off with white women, and usually they're only talking about black athletes and black actors. In other words, the people who give this guy a pat on the head, they live their lives, if they can be called that, totally online, where they consume a nonstop diet of celebrity news and gossip, and to them, that's the real world. So these morbidly obese mental midgets, they don't know or care that 80% of black athletes who are married to black women, 80%. And a similar figure goes for black actors. These shea butter fools don't care about that though, because they're just angry in general, and they're mad that nobody's following them. Well, who the hell's going to follow a 500-pound land whale with a stank attitude? They will forever be doom scrolling on their track phones and seeing men who wouldn't give them the time of day and seething with fury that nobody wants a 500-pound, angry, lazing, whining feminut. And that's who this guy identifies with. That's why he's so moist. He's trying to identify with the angry shea butter crowd, and they all come from the exact same mental disorder, which is they all want to be part of the dominant society. The shea butter feminists want to be white feminists. And this guy, he wants to be the shea butter crowd. You see, the shea butter crowd, they got a pat on the head from these white feminists and a few people in the white media, and that made them think that they were leaders of, well, something. And yet they can't understand why it is for the last 50 years nobody's following them. That's because everybody can see that the shea butter bootlicks aren't leading black people anywhere. They're totally ignored. And yet, rather than admit that they lie and claim that there's some imaginary epidemic of misogynoir or some other phony problem for which black men are totally to blame, instead they want to look in the mirror and say that they're victims of, well, something. And that's the wave that this Deontay Kyle character thought that he was going to capitalize on. But none of these shea butter buffalo want a tub of lard like him, who looks like 50 pounds of crap stuffed into a 10-pound bag. So all he can do is tell lies about black men. They'll pat him on the head and call him an ally. But in reality, he is not an ally. He is just a lie. And because these feminists are nothing more than a crappy auxiliary of white supremacy, they have the same mentality as the enemy. The white supremacists look at these tethers the same way these shea butter big backs look at this Deontay person. They see the tethers as convenient fools. Pat them on the head, call them responsible and worthwhile, all the while having nothing but contempt for them. This is who this guy is. This is the person attacking foundational black Americans. He sees that black men lead the charge on this movement. He also sees that black men are never going to follow him. He sees black women following black men's lead in this case, and he and his shea butter buddies are terrified that we're about to pull the plug on their little grift. Foundational Black Americans are decoupling ourselves from this flat definition of Black. And when that happens, the Deontay Kyles of the world will have to try to grift money solely from their own group. And in his case, that's not a very big pool at all. But then again, how many of these Black feminists are also tethers too, like Tyrannosaurus Burke? That's the reason why Black feminism and anti-FBA sentiment go hand in hand, because they both originate from the same place and for the same reason. They're both working together against Black empowerment. Family, it's time you stop making excuses for listening to people who you know are working for the enemy. Deontay Kyle is a tether who's been trying to masquerade and cosplay as us and be a Trojan horse for anti-FBA rhetoric. He's also been trying to attack Black men because Black men are the armor and the sword that protects the community and promotes its interest, and he could never fit in with us. This moist punk hates that, because when he looks in the mirror, he doesn't see a man at all. He's always known that no Black man is ever going to follow him, and he also sees the delineation movement that's putting heat on his flabby behind, so he's being shown the door. So what is he doing as a last gasp? He's basically trying to resurrect the street harassment propaganda to get them to begin a new wave of targeted attacks on Black men since Stop and Frisk has run its course and burned out. This was what was supposed to come next, but that flopped too. By trying to resurrect that whole street harassment lie, he knows that's meant to give an opening to the white media and the police to go after Black men just because. That's what he was hoping would happen. This is not about protecting Black women because the morbidly obese heifer who he's trying to play to aren't being harassed by anyone. They're being ignored. But you see that when it comes to foundational Black Americans, he merely rinses and repeats the exact same talking points, but instead of saying Black men, he says foundational Black Americans. And instead of saying Black women, he says immigrants. But it's the exact same spiel. I'm not saying that all foundational Black Americans happen to be anti-immigrant, but I am saying that we can't separate the anti-immigrant ones from you FBA people. All of you are responsible. It's the exact same spiel. Understand something. All these tethers and feminists and other bootlicks who you see attacking the Black grassroots, they are all of them auditioning for a job under white supremacy. They're all auditioning to get some money from the white media. They want to present themselves as being an unthreatening Negro to white power and as threatening to Black empowerment as possible. And they know what they're doing. This is all a grift. When Issa Rae was doing her pathetic little web series, she said she was doing it in the hopes of getting the attention of the white media and parlaying that into a network TV series, which is what she did. But she did it by stereotyping and attacking the image of Black men because she has nothing but contempt for Black men, and because she knows that's what those white media executives would pay her to see. These feminists are psychologically aligned with white supremacy, and so are these moist intersectionalists like this Deontay Kyle character. When you listen to these fools or engage with their content, that is not some victimless crime. People like this clown are not just bumbling buffoons making low IQ content. They're Trojan horses for white power. Now, he tried to act like what we're doing didn't scare him, but when he sees that we're telling our people to start checking people's paperwork, find out where the people you're watching and listening to online are from, are they from a lineage that's hostile to ours? Without you, they wither and blow away. That's what he's scared of. He knows he doesn't have the ability to delegitimize us, but we can delegitimize him, and we are. He can put on the cape for Team Tether all he wants. That's a sinking ship, and we're busy blasting holes in it. And these feminists who are trying to prop him up, you also need to keep tabs on who they are and what their lineage is as well. And you'll see that there's a huge amount of overlap between the two. People have been very eager to call themselves separating themselves from us for the longest time, and that was because for a while they thought white power was going to go ahead and hand them some money and give them a leg up so they could pretend to be leading us. That was the game that they were going to be playing. Show contempt for us to get white power's attention, and then white power was going to leapfrog them over us. And because we hadn't been pushing back, they felt as if they had all the initiative, as if they had all the momentum. And now we're taking it back. And we're making this separation mandatory. They were trying to play a game, and they see that they're going to lose. And white power has no fallback plan for them. As long as we didn't cut them loose, they could swing on our coattails. But now, by calling them out, everyone else will have to reckon with that too. This is not just delineation. It's also clarification. We have the numbers, the political heft, and the moral legitimacy that when we stand on business, people notice, they see it, and whether they like it or not, they have to come to terms with it. That which you cannot defeat, you have no choice but to accept. Don't believe it? Just ask these tethers. They aren't accepting delineation happily. They are doing it grinding their rotten little teeth. But they still have to accept it because they can't defeat it. And when these tethers have to stand on their own reputation, well, white power will see them as not being useful anymore. And we all know what happens when white power sees a tool as not being useful. These tethers and their sideshow enablers are slowly but surely realizing that this is a problem that's not going away. And establishing who is legitimate to speak on FBA business and who needs to just mind their own business is a crucial part of changing things for the better. Who you listen to matters, family, and it also matters when you ignore people. If you've been any of the individuals who listen to this guy or any of his other fellow travelers, they're not hard to tell because they all traffic in the exact same gibberish. Then family, you're off code as hell. Individuals like this are not supposed to be listened to. They're supposed to be ignored, specifically by you. And whenever Black people listen to these kind of individuals and think, oh, well, this is just comedy, they are dragging down your IQ to their same guttural level. And now you see what the game has really been about for them. They've been using you to empower themselves. And I, for one, am glad that people like him are griping and complaining about delineation. That's because this is something that they know that they can't be a part of. Where we're going, the tethers cannot follow. And that's what's supposed to happen. Before you can lead any sort of substantive counteroffensive against an established power, you first have to make sure that everybody in your own ranks is on code. So you start off by finding the people who you know are not with you, and they are to be dismissed, and it's not to be a choice. They are to be shown the door and told that their disservices here are no longer required. As was mentioned at the beginning of this evening address, this is going to be the last video posted for the next few weeks. But I also want to make this the beginning of a personal challenge to the Black grassroots. We got to be honest with ourselves. More of us than are willing to admit it have been listening to the Deontay Kyles of this world. They certainly wouldn't have the audiences that they had if they had no foundational Black Americans listening to them at all. So family, consider this a personal challenge from the professor to you. The movement of delineation has taken center stage, but there's also another movement that needs to go right along with it, and that is to separate ourselves from any sort of low IQ, low brow, so-called content. As Black people, especially foundational Black Americans, we set the standard for intelligent discourse, but we have to be consistent about that. Look at yourself and be honest. If you've acquired a taste for EBT type content, if you're one of those people who Deontay Kyle's kind of guff actually appealed to you, you need to ask yourself why that is and root that rotten, corrupted part of your mind out. There can be no empowerment if you decide to consume stuff like that. You didn't need to wait for him to show his true colors. It was obvious who and what he was about, and that what he was doing is not worthy of an intelligent group of people. Yes, you can say that there's always been some rump contingent of shuck and jive Amos and Andy Negroes, but they've never been the majority, and they certainly have never been the main voice of the community. They needed white power to get behind them for that one. Well, it's time that we pull the plug on all of this mess. Not only do we turn a deaf ear to them, but we also make it very clear these people are not speaking for anyone but themselves. Deprive them of your ears and of your eyes, and you've also deprived them of the very means that they require just for them to have their position at all. White power is not trying to prop these people up merely as some vanity project. It does so because it thinks that they're useful to them. And what is their use? The Judas goat, to lead you around. But show that these people are not leading anything and they get cut loose. The time and effort and energy that you've been devoting to them is much better used for your own empowerment. But that doesn't happen if you decide that you're going to indulge this lowbrow nonsense. A lot of people were born with that as part of their environment growing up, but at some point you have to choose what kind of environment that you're going to have, and whether or not you're going to be a product of that environment, or if for the first time in a long time, you're going to start making your environment a product of yourself. Good evening, and be one.
Thank you, Professor. We're gonna miss you on your hiatus, but we understand, brother. You got to get your self care in. What are your thoughts on what the good professor just laid out for us about the tethers, Deontay, Kyle, and others? Michael.
We don't own our own tennis shoe.
Oh, okay. Yes, this is very, it's very interesting what Professor Blacktooth said about the Tethers. It's time for them to wake up and realize that those days of, Tethers trying to lump FBAs together as one or have the same experiences is no, or pretty much no longer the case.
Yeah,
And so now, right, so now the Tethers, if they want to help FBAs to be self-sufficient, it's time to empower them. It's time for Tethers to empower FBAs because by helping someone and imposing restrictions at the same time, how is that really assistance? How is that liberating?
Right, it's not. It's lynching and cosplaying, and we put a stop to it. So, but yeah, he has a good point about a lot of our people is consuming this madness. I was never subscribed to no grits and eggs. I don't listen to kind of lowbrow EBT content. Do that there. I only know about this dude because of the new Black media. Black media, several content creators in the new Black media going in on this clown. But yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I know he was a Democratic shill. I know he was caping for Kamala real hard.
Yeah.
All that because the new Black media.
Speaking about Kamala Harris, if she had FBAs running her campaign, I believe that she would have won more FBA votes by putting reparations on her platform and really like steering her. I'm sorry, aligning her interests with FBAs.
Michael, she can't align her interests with us because she's not of us.
Right. I'm just saying, like hypothetically speaking, she's not of the FBA lens, but what I do know is that if she had FBA advisors, like 100%, not like people who are African Caribbeans running her campaign. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but she's not tapped in like that.
Yeah.
She better go to Roly Poly Martin.
Mm-hmm.
2 fingers in the butt Martin. That's who she better go to. They ain't trying to see us. They run away from us. Shout out to our brother Black Alpha Network, who called Kamala at one of her little book signings down there in the South. Brother said, Kamala Harris, what do you think about reparations? And she was just dumbfounded. On behalf of foundational Black Americans, Kamala, where are payment reparations?
Yeah. And also Kamala Harris was very vague about debt-free higher education.
This is funny. I seen a Harris wall sign earlier in my neighborhood, close to my neighborhood. I'm like, you still got this bullshit up? That election was what, 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago. And by the way, both of them were in their early 60s. Two baby boomers.
60.
Yeah, because Waltz, he's actually the same age as Kamala Harris.
Yeah, they're like 60, 61.
Yeah. Are you surprised we're seeing back-to-back baby boomers running for president?
No. We had octogenarians running before that.
Right, Bill Clinton, a baby boomer. And after Clinton,
Trump and Biden are octogenarians.
Yeah. Well, Joe Biden is a silent generation.
And so is Trump.
Trump? Trump? No, actually, Trump is a baby boomer.
If he is, he's an old ass baby boomer.
Yeah. So
80, 81 now.
Yeah, 81. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we've been having baby boomers running this country since 1992.
Silent generation, yeah.
Yeah. It's like producing one sequel. It's like producing multiple sequels that never ends.
We need term limits and age limits on this shit. Like the cutoff should be 60. I say 55 for president.
55.
Like this is ridiculous. You got people
Yeah.
that's now dementia, Alzheimer's running the country.
Mm-hmm. Why not 55? Why not 60? What's wrong with putting a term limit on 60-year-olds?
I think that's too old, Michael.
Too old?
I think it's still like you're set in a time that we don't exist in currently.
Mm-hmm. And what makes you think by putting term limits on 55-year-olds they're going to change? Because I know at 55 years old, it's very hard for people to change their mindsets.
Well, really, once you're about 35, you're setting your ways.
35? I could see 35-year-olds going both ways. Yeah, they could be setting their ways, but I also see 35-year-olds exploring more than someone who have entered their 50s and 60s.
Yeah, they're definitely set in their ways in their 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like for president, 60 at the most. For Congress, 50. Like this is ridiculous. You got majority of the Congress is fucking on their way out, like literally on their way out.
Yeah, like almost reaching 100 years old.
Like Dianne Feinstein, she died in office.
Mm-hmm.
About the Crip Keep exactly, cow dog. Thank you.
Yep, they are. And I understand why they want to stay in power that long, especially when they're approaching 100 years old, because they're scared that young people are going to bring revolutionary changes to Congress.
They just don't want to give up nothing. And then they can take it with them when they leave.
Yep. And you'd be surprised when they get out of office, they're like worth millions of dollars.
Yeah, they come in as thousandaires and they leave as multimillionaires.
Yeah. And the average salary for members of Congress is about $240,000 a year.
Yeah, that's like a doctor.
Right. And by the time they leave office, right, after what, 10, 20 years, they're close to millions of dollars because of stock buybacks.
Mm-hmm. Shame on Nancy Pelosi. She should be hauled into jail behind that insider trading shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, for sure. And Nancy Pelosi is the same lady who pretty much want to continue with incremental changes.
The same one that was kneeling in honor of George Floyd with a kente cloth.
Yep. That's her neoliberal way of saying, we hear you, we understand.
We
but
hear you, we see you, but we're not gonna do nothing specifically for you. What
Right.
happened to the George Floyd Policing Act? What happened to the commission, the Police Accountability Commission? What happened to that?
Right, exactly. And I'm certain Nancy Pelosi is going to say, I'm pretty sure her response is, we tried to advance the George Floyd Policing Act, but we couldn't do it.
Lynching, but you see that ain't being enforced. We're getting lynched just about every goddamn day in this country.
Right. Right. And I would not be surprised if Nancy Pelosi receives contributions from the Fraternity Orders of Police.
Yeah, they all do. They're all in cahoots with the fraternal order.
Right. Same thing with Bill Clinton. When he ran for office twice, yeah, he definitely received campaign funds from the police.
Yeah, that's why he's gonna be harder on crime than the Republicans. That's why we get Biden's bill. Well, every crime bill since 1972 is Biden's bill. But y'all Negroes let this fool, some of y'all, I didn't, but some of y'all let this fool convince you that if you didn't vote for him, you ain't black.
Right.
He
But
said,
what's-
I'm architect of mass incarceration that unlocked hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of black people over
Right.
the last 50 years.
50 years, right. And speak about Joe Biden. Even though Joe Biden is a neoliberal Democrat, would you say his 94 crime bill was too extreme or too moderate?
Too extreme, but they kept saying the community wanted it. The community wanted it.
Right.
Niggas maybe wanted it, but the youth
Right.
want that shit.
So, in what ways do you see neoliberal Democrats going very extreme on policing, even though they say that they're moderate?
They're all in cahoots with the police.
Police?
The police is the enforcement arm of racism, white supremacy.
Right.
That's a bipartisan affair.
Bipartisan affair. Right, right. Because normally I would think Republicans will go very hard on crime.
Republicans don't want government and every damn thing.
Right. But I do know Republicans want. That's
they
true that Republicans don't want government in every aspect of life, but they do want to maintain the police and the military.
law and order shit like Nixon. You see, he was a damn crook, but he didn't compare to this crook we got in there now. Lord.
Right. Did you know Nixon had a? I'm trying to remember. I was just reading something not too long ago. Nixon appointed a black cabinet. I'm sorry, a black advisor.
Nixon whole war on poverty.
Yeah, the war on drugs, war on poverty. Right. Nixon.
Drugs. The war on poverty was before the war on drugs.
Right, right. I remember Nixon had a black advisor to help FBAs at that time to become empowered. He called it the black capitalism.
Should have had Dr. Claude Anderson like Carter did.
Right, right. But were you surprised Nixon was very cautious about
co-signer of the super predator talk from Hillary? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're a bunch of super predators.
Yep.
The Willie Horton ad and all that.
Oh yeah, the Willie Horton ad was definitely from 1988.
Mm-hmm. Some boy Kesey's related to him, but
right. So I understand why the Democrats became very hard on crime. I understand why the Democrats became the party of policing because of 1988 when Bush Sr. said at that time, "Oh, Democrats were too soft on crime," and so that's why Bill Clinton came in 4 years later, 92, say, "You know what? We got to be the party. So we got to be hard on crime."
Yeah, it was the tougher on crime. They wanted to be more tougher on crime than the Republicans.
Right, because otherwise Republicans will continue to label Democrats as being too soft on crime.
Bipartisan signing, both the Democrats and the Republicans signed off on the '94 crime bill.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So they try to make it seem like no, it was just one party. No, it was both of them.
Both of them.
But yeah, Tethers, we're gonna continue to get exposed. Delineation is here to stay. Ain't nothing you can do about it. You can get with it or get rolled the hell over.
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing it no more.
Right. And speaking about Tethers, right? If you had to meet Jesse Jackson Jr.'s former campaign advisors, what would you say to them about updating the reparations platform?
I have to meet them if they're still alive, maybe?
Yes, hypothetically speaking.
And they're still in the cognitive state of mind.
Let's say you have a Gen Xer who volunteered for Jesse Jackson between 1984 and 1988.
Gen Xer. Okay, they were young as hell when they did that.
Right. And they're now like anywhere between 57 and 60 years old as of 2026.
What would I say? It's one with the, put the black agendas in.
Right. Because I knew Jesse Jackson, he had reparations as a start.
Yeah.
But it was not lineage at that time.
We got Shabaka in the building. I know that. I thought that was your fam. You said Big Hortons, though. Yeah.
Yep.
Greetings, Shabaka.
Greetings, Shabaka.
Difficult.
Yeah. So, like, how would you?
The Tether, Deontay Kyle, and our brother Professor Black Truth giving us an update on that and going in on that Grits and Eggs podcast. So we're just finishing up with that, Shabaka. Yeah, so these tethers, it's over for you, tethers. We're going to continue to expose you and point you out since the rest of the diaspora wants to turn a blind eye to the tether class and let them run amok and put their trash on us. Them days is over.
Right. But yeah, but what would you say to the Gen Xers who volunteered on Jesse Jackson's presidential ticket?
I just told you, Michael.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Now you're doing the stuff Shabaka doing, repeating yourself. I said
Okay.
I told them to push a black agenda
Then, okay, got it.
Reagan and Bush created the crime era in the 80s. Yep. So
Yep, they did for sure.
All right, so moving along, we got Master P, otherwise known as Percy Miller. I was a big fan of his, but he's been saying some real off-code shit lately. So he got checked on something off-code he said recently about slavery. He told us we need to get over slavery, and he got all kinds of backlash. So this is his clapback or his response to the backlash that he's been receiving from our community. So Big Ant, the spokesman, UPTV, Urban Politicians TV, gonna give us an update on that.
When Nike started out of their garage, like Phil Knight started out of his garage. And I tell people all the time, look, it's not about a color. We want to create product for everybody. This product is for everybody, blacks, white, Asian, Latino, but it don't have too many black-owned companies. Like, show me how many black-owned tennis shoe companies out there that's making functional shoes that actually own it.
What's been the biggest surprise of the stardom? I mean, you've been in this game for a very, very long time. What's been the biggest surprise about it all?
Our own culture don't believe that we could do it. You know, because they just don't get it. They're like, how you could do this? I mean, like, if I could do it, anybody could do it. You don't have to be the smartest person in the world. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You just got to have integrity and do good business. And these doors will open up for you, building great relationships. And I think that's the biggest thing for me, trying to get that negative mindset out of our culture, because they still going back to, oh man, slavery, they did us this. And I'm like, you still harping on that, man. I never hoped on that. Because I can't change the past, but I can change the future. And I think you got to get used to us being successful, because we don't think that we could do it because we're looking at a color. So, I mean, Muhammad Ali was a guy that, and I love like his story, because he didn't care about that. He just wanted to be around good people, but he did represent for the culture. Right. And I want more African-American owned tennis shoe companies. I don't want this just to be me. I want so many different product brands owned by us, but making it for everybody.
For the ones in the back that can't hear, stop making them false narratives. I love my people. When you talk about slavery, our ancestors been through so much, and we're not gonna forget it. You know what I'm saying? But what I want to tell y'all is, even though we're going to always be aware of it, but we have to do something to bridge the wealth gap. That's what I'm saying. We can't change the past, but we can change the future. And we're going to constantly fight and educate our people. But I want to let y'all know, Apple is making $32 million an hour. How do we get a piece of that? Because we need to be able to bridge the wealth gap. That's the only thing I'm saying. And that's the only way it's going to happen, to educate our people, to educate our culture. And that's what I'm...
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as just as I expected. And if you watched the video I had dropped on this convo yesterday, I said that he would. Master P responded to the backlash and people calling him out about the comments he made where black people harping on slavery, then using those monolithic words that pretty much puts us all in the same category, all in the same mindset of we, us, my culture, my people. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. Like we don't have these things going on that he's speaking of already. And like we ain't been doing them for hundreds and hundreds of years in this country. We called this coming right here. But what I didn't expect was him to double down on being completely wrong. And then on top of it, call out the people who calling him out, as he went up in his caption right there and put up, and we're going to go live on this later as well, because we had a lot of people asking questions, wanting to give their opinions and feelings on it. And I said, well, we're going to break it all down later on tonight, bit by bit. But he put in the caption, for the ones in the back that can't hear, stop making them false narratives. I love my people. When you talk about slavery, our ancestors have been through so much, and we're not going to forget them. We're going to keep bringing awareness. And if we want to actually see a difference, we must take actions to bridge the wealth gap. That's what Master P is really talking about. We can't change the past, but we can change the future by bridging the wealth gap. That's what Master P said. Don't try to twist the truth. If we're going to create change, it starts with economic empowerment. I've been educating my people on this for over 20 years. And for the ones that don't want to hear the truth, stop trying to get clickbait. Whatever they meant for evil, God will use it for good. Now, let's be clear here, Master P. You said exactly what you said right there. You used those monolithic words, and then you said harping on slavery. They always harping on slavery, or we be harping on slavery. I'll try to tell them they do this, they do that. Master P, nobody else tells people to forget the past, to move forward without it. There's not another group, whether it's a race, religion, ethnicity, sexuality, lineage. We the only group that get told, don't focus on the past, move forward, just forget about it, don't dwell on that, don't speak on that. And that's really just a silence mechanism where people like Master P, who have made it out, became successful, they like, hey, it don't affect me no more, so hey, y'all just stop worrying about that. Fam, they tell they people never forget. And they say it proudly, they say it boldly, and they never want to stop having them conversations. See, you're just not hip and preview to that because you're not going home with them. You're not really in their groups like that. You don't have these day-to-day combos where they sit around and talk about what their ancestors been through, and they will never publicly go and even use them words in the same sentence. Also with this conversation right here, y'all, like I said in the other video, and we're going to break it down more on live. Everything that is going on in today's time in the Black community are effects of things that went on with slavery for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Even rap music becoming a thing. Rap became a thing off of rock and roll. That's how rap got invented, y'all, through rock and roll. But rock and roll got invented through other Black genres of music in this country that started when they was humming and singing on the plantation. So you don't even have rap without slavery. Mind you, we had Black people already in this country before the colonizers came, but then the ones that was brought over here through the slave trade hundreds and half a millennium ago, they fought in everything and provided everything, and this system worked against them. They had to fight and die. Nothing was given to them. So when people speak out on these things and other people have been awarded opportunities, money, funding, and things, people get awarded stuff that didn't even happen on this country. But when Black people say something, it's an issue. See, that's that talking point from that other side. Then it's just so many layers to this that we got to break down, because one of them, even him talking about the clothes and shoes. Why we not doing this? Why we not doing that? Master P, you just did a show at the Complex Con last October, the Cash Money versus No Limit show. Did you not walk around at the event and see how many Black people there had clothing lines? How many Black people there have created their own shoes? It's thousands of them across the country. They own websites, they own brands, they're wearing them, they selling them, they creating, they collabing with each other independently on their own. They ain't going to the man. They say, we gonna figure it out. They getting it out their trunk. You talking about they did Nike out the garage? Boys out there selling their clothes out the trunks. I didn't buy them. I done traveled the country. I done went to Fashion Week, New York. I done went to pop-ups and stuff in Miami. I done went to LA and went to these events and seen our people having their own shoes. So when it's like, is you just completely out of touch? And then to have him come out and say this one is like, bro, your community, the descendants of slaves in this country, and there's just so much documented facts of things that they had in place to keep Black people at the bottom throughout all these years. And for you to act like our people don't get up and work every day. Majority of Black people in this country got jobs, y'all. I don't care what they tell you in the media. I don't care what your mind is trained to focus on. Majority of Black people get up and go to work. They're not sitting around waiting on a check from slavery. They're not sitting around and waiting on reparations. What they want to do is keep you quiet so they don't have to deal with these type of things. We know it'd be discrimination at these jobs. We know it'd be discrimination in promotions. We know it'd be discrimination at these banks for loans, but we still got businesses. We got truck drivers. We got hot shots. We got barbers. We got clothing line owners, we got restaurants, we got lounges, we got real estate agents, we got project managers, we got a little bit developers, we got website creators, app creators, bro. We got all that in our community, bro. Majority of us is not sitting around not doing nothing. These are documented facts. So to act like we ain't out here working and grinding and pushing back off of the 500 years of stuff that done worked against us. Segregation and civil rights movement was just 60 years ago, bro. My grandmother is 97 years old. She almost lived 40 years of her life having to go outside and deal with racism every day. This is somebody that I just was kicking it with from Louisiana, where your family from. So when you pop out there and say stuff like this, we got to call it out, bro. I'm keeping it all the way 100. Nobody above the program. I don't speak for my people, but I will speak up for my people when they get called out or disrespected, or they monolith us with them talking points that are choose to keep us in this frame and have Black people hating themselves. Self-hate is a real systematic thing as well that has been going on for more than half a millennium in this country. Keeping it 100. Somebody got to keep it funky. Stay on your pivot. We gonna make sure we come through with the live with it, and y'all come tell me what y'all think. We talking facts only when we come later on the live with the details. 1,000 for shit show.
UPT, we appreciate you, big answer spokesman. Yeah, P, what the hell is you talking about? What? So P figures since he got his, the rest of us better get ours. And he keeps talking about the wage gap. But you know what eliminate or reduce the wage gap? Direct lineage cash payment reparations. Well, we need to stop talking about slavery. No, we need to talk about slavery more. Master P, Percy Miller. The hell is wrong with you? How you go from I'm just a Black man trapped in this white world, and this goes for every man, woman, and girl to I got mine, you get yours.
Right. I remember you told me about this. Very similar to Bow Wow.
Yeah, a lot of these celebrities, that's why they don't speak for us.
Right. Yeah, I just said in the comments, I said, Master P needs to study the destruction of Black Wall Street because FBAs were, business owners before racist mobs unalived them.
You need to do something. You need to start smoking that ghetto dope.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my comment. I just said about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. I see that now. Yeah, you need to put that ghetto dope down like Kukisi said.
But do you think Master P is paid by white producers?
Yeah, he got a leash. They don't let you get to that point unless they got something on you. And Master P, he basically predicted where he was going to be at.
Right.
Back in the 90s. Some of his old music.
Old music. Are you still going to keep his old music after he made that terrible comment?
I don't have a record right now, but I did several No Limit records. I was a No Limit soldier for real. On that last dawn, when he said "white man's world," he had Romeo talking about the kids at school called him a nigger. We go from that to this, and they said Romeo is trying to get out snow bunnies on one of them platforms.
Right. He was in that movie with Jessica Biel. Remember in 2003?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember Master P. He was in the movie called I Got the Hookup.
He was in several movies, Michael.
Yeah.
That was just one of many.
Many.
See, that's how he turned out. Like, what the hell? I know Keezy, and yes, Master P is suspicious, but I reserve my commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Dog said Master P is full of shit. He helped contribute to the degenerate behavior in them high sodium chip and sugary cereal for his so-called people. Yep, he did do that. He definitely did that. So he got his reparations already. So he's just like, I don't care about the rest of y'all. I
Right.
got mine. You get yours. And it's like you wouldn't have got out. You always talking about he got it out the mud. You wouldn't have got shit out the mud if it wasn't for FBA.
Right, exactly, right.
So
Especially when the FBA's fought for, voting rights, Civil Rights Act.
when he was popping Trump, Master P, how quick you forget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would not be surprised if Master P meets with President Trump.
If he did, can you get us our goddamn reparations? But based off of what
Right.
he said, no.
And I know Master P's probably gonna say, I'm here to meet President Trump to do business.
Yeah, F them other hitters, because I'm down for my hitters. Yeah. R.I.P. to Mr. Magic. But yeah, I don't know what the hell, P. This ain't the Master P I grew up listening to.
Right, but he's FBA, right? Master P.
Yeah, he's from Louisiana, Michael. I don't get no more FBA than that. It's straight from the bayou.
Right.
So
But
yeah.
if you had to tell Hollywood about Master P, would you tell Hollywood that, hey, don't give him a contract to make movies or music videos because of that one comment he made?
He don't make music no more, Michael. He does other things like sells a cereal, like cereal and high sodium chips.
High sodium chips. And speaking about the cereal, would you buy his cereal or not really?
No, I wouldn't buy none of that shit, especially after this.
Hey, what does Kukisi means with the emoji?
It's a face palm. I'm sure Michael and those questions. Come on, man. he's just cracking jokes on you, Michael.
Oh, okay.
Just trying to understand why you're asking the questions you're asking.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm just asking, just to understand, just to clarify, understand.
So yeah, I don't know what the hell P on, but he needs to get off that shit. And your little clap back, that ain't it either.
Yeah.
You keep talking about the wage gap. Well, if you want to get rid of the wage gap, you support lineage cash payment reparations.
Exactly. Yeah, because the wage gap does not address the root cause of American freedmen losing a wealth.
Right.
Because the way I see the wage gap is for everybody, so people can just have their basic needs met. Yeah. So in other words, I think he wants freedmen to get more crumbs, but not to be restored to where they were before U.S. chattel slavery.
He wants us to get ours out the mud like he did. Forget where the hell we come from. He said, Michael, don't make me roast you a little bit.
Yeah, I'll try not to ask so many questions.
Well, that's part of the code. Problems are solved by questions and answers.
All right.
So moving along, we got Officer Tater Tots. Remember him? The one that's been caping for the killers of Nolan Wells. He admits he grew up hating white people. Well, what the hell happened, Tater Tots?
Right, and now he grows up embracing them.
Yeah, what the hell? So Willie, the Democratic Shield, is gonna give us an update on that.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Black people hate him. Officer Tatum went on Elliot Connie's show to defend himself against accusations of supreme coonery. Didn't go so well. Check it out.
I grew up in multiple areas. I went to school at Dunbar High School, Paul Laurence Dunbar, named after famous black poet Paul Laurence Dunbar. But I went to Paul Laurence Dunbar High School, which was right in Stop 6. We lived in Eastwood, which was down the street with my grandma for a couple years. And it wasn't that we needed to, we had to. My daddy was, my daddy was in my life. My mama was good. Like we weren't poor or anything. It just so happened that we lived in those areas. One reason I went to Dunbar was because we wanted to excel in sports. And so we ended up transferring from Crowley to Dunbar. So yeah, I was living in a lot of different areas, man. We lived in middle class areas. We lived in poor areas. I had a very diverse upbringing.
I don't know if you know this or not, but I went to college not too far away from there, Texas Wesleyan University.
Oh yeah. I looked you up, man. So
that's very close to where you are.
Yeah.
So before this 2008 that you were just referring to, would you have identified as a Democrat before that?
Yeah, I identified as a Democrat, but I wasn't really into politics. It's just growing up black, you're a Democrat, and Republicans are racist white people. And that's what was, internalized in me as I was growing up. And so that's how I felt. But man, I didn't vote. I wasn't really involved as much. It wasn't until I got to college and I became a cop that I started really thinking like, I need to vote. I need to be a productive member of society. Black people die for the right to vote. And me sitting on the sideline, not getting involved in politics is a disservice. So that's pretty much how I started to vote and get involved.
Was there a particular moment, or was it an evolution where you were just like, the Republican ideals seem to be more in line with me and who I am?
Well, it was an evolution because I grew up, and I would say when I was growing up, I was racist. I didn't really like white people like that. We never was around white people. And I had a very negative connotation. I didn't like police officers. First time I got an interaction with a police officer, I was 8. I got arrested for smoking weed in a vacant house with my cousins. And
as an 8-year-old?
8-year-old, yeah. I stopped smoking weed when I was 8, actually. But
whoa. When did you start?
Probably around when I was 6, 7, smoking weed with my cousins.
All right.
And
all right, so you stop at 8. Okay.
Because I got arrested. We went to juvenile. We didn't spend a lot of time in there, but we ended up getting arrested, went to juvenile detention. We stayed there for the majority of the day. My daddy came in there like he was in the WWE, saying he's gonna kill us and everything. And that changed my life. It's a whole story around that because, anyway, moving forward. So I grew up with that perspective. And when I left high school, went to college, I had an opportunity to be around white people in real life. And I realized that, wait a minute, I don't think white people are as racist or as punitive towards black people. It appears to me when I was in college, they didn't even care. It was a non-starter of racism when I went to the University of Arizona. It was nothing there. And so I began to realize, whoa, the world is bigger. Things are much different. I've been in an isolated box being taught something that I think is not really reality.
I can stop right there, fam. So here's the deal. This shows you how slow Tatum is. He went to the University of Arizona, a PWI school. Yeah. White girls are all over him. That's what happened. The white girls got on him because he was an athlete. You go to any PWI, and that's what you're gonna find. White girls dating black guys who look like they might make it to the next level. Reality. So they're trying to secure the bag.
Like you.
Before the bag is secured.
Like you.
They're also living out their fantasies of having sex with black men. Many of them are being defiant. When they go to college, they say, oh, I've been raised like this all this time, and now I got some freedom. My daddy don't know where I'm at all times. Mama don't know where I'm at. They don't know who I'm with, who I'm hanging out with. They don't know who in this dorm room. And they in that dorm room getting the brakes beat out of that thing. They're in there exploring, experimenting, doing all kinds of stuff mom and daddy don't know about. So when they got on him,
yeah,
he took that as some type of validation of acceptance.
Watching for certain things.
He really believes that they like him because they like him.
Devils are dangerous for real. Yeah, you're right.
No, they like what he could do for them.
Tatum got
That's what they like.
First piece of cat in college.
Tatum described having deep racial prejudice growing up. The dude has said that he hated white people. You heard him. He said, I hated white people. And he believed black people were superior. See, that gives important context to his current commentary on race. I'll break it down for you in a moment if you give me a chance.
I think that was.
I'm gonna call it what it is. If somebody hates people simply because they're white,
he started getting a bad.
That's racial prejudice.
He's an opportunity.
That is not racism.
Our opportunity presents itself
because racism involves
and systems
that you can use to control the outcome of a person's existence, a person's life.
People,
you can interrupt
and caping for
their life.
Tatum might have
punching that racist card.
Oh my God!
Right? You could play that race card.
He's one of them boule niggas
and affect their life. For example, we have a system of racism in America where white people can call the police on a black person. And it doesn't even matter if the black person is innocent or guilty.
Fraternities, yeah, definitely.
The police will automatically show up and assume that the black person is guilty. And sometimes it's not even assumptions. It's just that
he's an opportunity.
We automatically are on default to go after the black person and treat that person with more aggression.
And
they know that. That is
I just seen a video
racism.
Of that, Cow Dog.
Tatum don't have that type of power.
Crip.
He can't call the police on a white person. And the police show up in 3-4 cars and jump out and immediately attack the white person. Immediately start cuffing the white person. Immediately start looking at the white person like they're the victim. You know, looking at the white person like they're the innocent person. And
in a fraternity,
he can't do that.
I wouldn't be.
He don't have that type of power.
If he was in college.
So when I hear people of all backgrounds say stuff like black people, well, you're racist, you're racist. Cannot be racist. Black people cannot be racist in America.
It's probably a Prince Hall Mason.
A black person in Nigeria could be racist against a white person because they're the ruling class, right?
And the Kappa.
I'm not going to soften this whole. I'm not going to soften my commentary because this dude is admitting that at one point he was a racist and he's no longer that. Here's the deal. What he's describing is his past. If we're going to criticize dude fairly, we shouldn't automatically claim those are his beliefs today, right? The interesting story is the transformation, the alleged transformation.
Okay.
Somebody who once viewed race through an extremely hostile lens now regularly argues against what he sees as racial victimhood and race-based politics.
Include any other divine.
On the flip side, you have white people who say they used to be racist toward black people and they're no longer like that. But they're not arguing about racial victimhood, and they're not arguing about race-based politics in regards that, well, in association with black people having some type of power when they speak on it about, They speak on the current power structure and how it is used, to subjugate and oppress Black people. See, people can overcorrect sometimes. And this is what I surmised that Tatum did. He overcorrected. He was like, well, I no longer see white people this way. But now I'm going to turn my angst toward the Black community. And so because I was raised in a way where I grew up to hate white people, now what is the opposite of that? Okay, so now, because I did that to white people, now I feel some type of shame, and I feel that I have to correct that. I feel that I have to do something about that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start going against everything that these people that I'm around go against. And make no mistake about it, the University of Arizona is overwhelmingly a conservative university. And these kids that go there, they come from very conservative backgrounds.
I agree, Shabbat.
And many of them do not like Black people.
He probably did, Cal.
Many of them have a very, very bad taste for things like DEI or even civil rights. They think they're the victim somehow.
No, wasn't he crying?
So people can overcorrect, just like a person that may typically don't go out a lot. And maybe because they didn't go out because, they're in a relationship. They were in a long-term relationship and they didn't get out too much. And so here's a perfect example. Somebody who married their high school sweetheart. They ain't really never been with a woman. She probably ain't never been with another dude before, whatever. And she married her high school sweetheart. They were together for 10 years. They were together for 20 years. And now they're divorced. And now she's free. And she goes out there and now she's on the scene. And she's lit it up. She's moving around. Y'all know what I'm talking about, fam. She having relations with different dudes and all this kind of stuff. And it works the other way around too. Like sometimes you have dudes who've been with same woman for a long time. And he feel like, what? Now that I'm free, now that I'm not in that relationship anymore, I'm finna spread my wings. And now he jumping from bed to bed with different women. So it happens both ways. People can overcorrect. Sometimes when people escape one extreme worldview, they don't land in the middle. They run all the way to the opposite side. Tatum's past may help explain his current skepticism because Tatum believes he was once consumed by racial resentment. He may see that same motivation in Black people who discuss racism today, even when their circumstances are completely different. And Tatum loves to group Black people all together. I heard him once say, "You want me to hate white people? You want me to hate white people?" Like I never heard anybody tell him that they want him to hate white people. I think that that's a defense mechanism that he uses so that he doesn't have to be held accountable for holding white people accountable and to the same standards that he holds Black people. Because he will quickly make really blanket statements about the Black community, and you will never hear him make negative blanket statements about the white community. He will. I have still yet to hear him critique the white community. I wish I could get some of those video. I wish I had them on video. Wish there was a Austin Metcalf moment here where he had video of him displaying his hatred towards white people. I wonder how far he went with it. I wonder how bad it really was. His personal experience is not everybody's personal experience. When he says he flipped the script He stopped believing one way once he became a cop. Well, that makes a lot of sense because most dudes, black guys who become cops,
related to Brandon.
They catch in
Jackson.
and they don't try to make a change. They don't try to be
Rocky,
a beacon of
related
hope
to
for
Jack
black
Tatum.
people. They try to double down.
This is great
on
Jack Tatum.
the structural racism of
a great
policing. So,
Father
in other words,
Tatum.
he actually becomes the part of the very system that he resented growing up, and he learns to get in line and adhere to their policies, whatever those policies are.
Live on TikTok.
If it's attack the black, that's what we're gonna do. If it's if it's omitting evidence or suppressing evidence or planting evidence, then that's what he's gonna do.
Whenever
I can tell by the way by the way that Tatum is so fake that he's done some slick stuff while he was on duty. I can guarantee he's done some slick stuff. Look, he's doing something slick right now. He's not even a real police officer, and he's still using the word officer in front of his name. That should be illegal.
Yeah.
Under most circumstances, I bet it would be illegal. But I guess you can call yourself an officer. You can be an officer of the law. You can be an officer of the court. You can be an officer in different capacities. So I guess he can kind of, slip through the cracks with that. But in any event, Tatum,
great uncle,
overcoming or so-called overcoming his own hatred of white people doesn't establish that another black person's complaint about discrimination is imaginary. And that is where I'm gonna end at. No more talk.
No more talk. All right, Michael, what are your thoughts on Officer Tater Tots admits he grew up hating white people?
Yeah, Officer Tater Tots, I'm not surprised how he initially grew up not liking, Mazungus, right? And then
What's up,
embracing
world?
them,
Let me tell you about this.
embracing them, gradually. And like I said in the comments, I think one of the Muzungus, convinced Officer Tater, hey, not all white people are racist. Just look at the individuals and ignore, systemic racism.
And he learned this in college because he said up until then he didn't like white people.
White people, right? So I guess he did not grow up with a lot of white people. I'm not sure as a kid or as an adult, but I guess eventually when he met a lot of white people, he probably changed his attitudes toward his perspectives towards them. We're not understanding that, there may be few good white people, but overall, most white people are racist, and they don't want to end systemic racism. So it's almost like being brainwashed.
Yeah.
And not really like examining like the deeper wounds that need to be healed and closed. And pretty much, embrace the conservative talking points of, hey, if a white person can do it, then FBS can do it can be like, I guess, like white people to make it, like pulling themselves up by their own bootstraps. But he's also ignoring the fact that most white people who got wealthy did not become wealthy because they were caught. White people got wealthy because they did at the expense of FBAs who involuntarily build America. And also the government helped white people not only to join the middle class, but to become wealthy.
Yeah, they gave them free goodies and giveaways.
Right. And so I understand why the universal programs, reproduce inequalities, because the universal programs excluded FBAs under the New Deal program and even to the present, because the New Deal programs made white people wealthy.
Yep. Along with the Stead Act, it was a slew of things, not just that, but yeah, that was one of many things that made them wealthy.
Yep. And so, Jesse, I definitely understand, why you're very skeptical of universal programs, from experience, historical documentation.
Hey, that's like a liftoff program. That shit don't help us.
Right. And so, right. So I understand why, because those universal programs, those universal programs gave white people a head start.
Yeah, all kinds of white supremacy gave them a head start.
Right.
That's why they invented it in the first place. Alabaster people were
on welfare for
were
men
in the house.
in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll say this, like I hope Officer Tatum does not parrot.
The first black millionaire was Stephen Fessy.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Look how black people made Hollywood rich." You know?
Rich. Yep. And so that's why the empire needs to fall, why the empire is collapsing, because it's not healthy to reform the system. Because what I learned is what's the purpose of reforming the system when it's already broken in the first place? It's already evil.
It's not broken. It was designed this way.
Right, exactly, right. Designed to be evil. It's never designed, to do good by FBAs.
Right. The common misconception is that it's broken. No, it's not broken. It was designed.
Intended.
Right. It's working exactly how it was intended.
Right. And so that's why FBA. So I understand why FBAs are now demanding, to cut the check, because several groups of people have a head start, and just only doing universal programs only, it's going to take FBAs more than 500 to 600 years to catch up, and that's way too long. Especially like when some of your brothers and sisters are approaching their 50s, 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So by that age, yeah, you probably don't want to work too many hours because it's very taxing. You know what I mean?
Exactly, Shabaka. Shabaka said the system was designed to keep black people down. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. And so this is where I think it becomes an issue, with several progressive candidates running on both lineage and universal policies. And I could see how the candidates, how they might change or shift from lineage to universal.
Yeah, they try to use them interchangeably. No, that's not going to work.
Right, right.
The system is not broken. It was created. It creates broken people. Exactly, Caldor.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yep. For sure. And even like, going back in 2010, Republicans didn't want to see Obamacare succeed because of anti-Black racism.
Yeah, they didn't want us to get it.
Right. And I guess because the Republicans at that time, and of course Democrats, they want to go back to the 1950s era where Americans did not have health insurance.
Yeah, and what was happening in the 1950s era? Jim Crow.
Jim Crow. Right.
That's what they meant by Make America Great Again. They want to go back to that time where the average white citizen could tell the FBA what to do. No, them days are over.
Right. And especially for white voters, they can keep their universal policies fine, but they cannot exclude lineage-based policies.
They got to do the lineage-based policies first.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. Lineage-based policies first, and then, universal policies secondary.
Right. Second and third.
Right, right. And so I understand. Yeah, so I definitely understand why the money definitely needs to come first, because the clock is ticking.
Right. So you can either give it now or the empire will fall. But either way, we're gonna be all right.
Right. Because you guys will definitely be fine because you guys know how to survive, through adversity.
Mm-hmm.
Like for me, not so much. I can try, but I don't think I have your guys' genes to do it.
Yeah, you don't have that Majaro spirit to do it.
Right. And two, I don't have the anecdotal experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are the people that make something out of nothing.
Mm-hmm. Would you say, Jesse, would you say that my assessment, would you say that's a fair assessment that I'm making?
Yeah, we make something out of nothing.
Right.
Get it. Ain't nobody can get it out the mud like us.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, Jesse, I also put something in the private chat.
Be known that these aspects don't speak. That's exactly what we're doing. We're cleaning the house, Shabaki.
Yeah.
And that's where the tethers come in. The tethers got to be checked. The diaspora ain't checking them.
Mm-hmm.
VA got to check them. And they don't like how we checking them, but they're going to get checked.
Right, right. You remember I told you about the, you remember you sold, you, excuse me, you sold the B1 Rolex book earlier?
Not an actual book. It's like a book.
Like a director, right? Because when you said B1, I was thinking that maybe you had got to make it more like Friedman, one, because I can definitely see the Caribbeans, Africans trying to test themselves into the B1.
You can't get in the Rolodex. You got to be vetted and screened.
Right.
Vetting and screening process. So not anybody can just say, "Oh, I have a business." No, you got to be checked out thoroughly. So we already have safeguard mechanisms.
Right, right. I'm just saying this just to make sure, you know what I mean, for you guys' protection.
And like Cow Dog said, that Sister Gloria's song, I Will Survive, was about us, and them Peckerwood flipped the song to LGBTQ. I know, Cow Dog. They done flipped everything to that. Lord.
Yeah.
All right, so long, we got great news. We covered this yesterday, but we're going to cover it again. And that's the murderer of Sean Grayson, or excuse me, the murderer of
Sonia.
My apologies. The murderer of our sister, Sonia Massey, has kicked the bucket in prison.
Mm-hmm. A former deputy died in prison of cancer.
Mm-hmm. So that's great news. Great news.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have no business killing our sister after she called him for help.
Right.
So goodbye and good riddance to Sean Grayson.
Mm-hmm. Right. I remember Philip Scott was telling his brothers and sisters, when you guys have an emergency, never call the police because the police will come and unalive them.
Yes, I remember all of that, Michael. We've been saying that for over a decade, but let's get to this.
Sir.
Sean Grayson, who unalived Sonia Massey, perishes in prison.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, I think you had to be living under a rock if you have not heard about Sonia Massey and what happened to her.
Okay,
she was unalived by a racist cop.
Get back,
and he ended up going to jail. He got a 20-year sentence, but he couldn't fulfill that 20-year sentence because of colon cancer. And from what I read, it was colon cancer that spread to his liver and lungs. So he didn't last long in prison at all. Man, I don't know about you, but I'm sure not disappointed. Good riddance as far as I'm concerned. You know, we got too many cops out here like him, and that is the problem. So I did hear about it, and I thought to myself, I really don't care that this dude is gone. I don't care. But I do want to tell the story. I believe it does deserve that. So he went in there and never made it out. Never made it out. Never got to continue on with his life. Unfortunately, many of these cops did that harmed our people. And they got to leave one police force and go over to another and act like nothing ever happened. So this was definitely some righteous justice from the Most High on this one, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Now, True Royal Family sent me this photo of him. And you can clearly tell, you know, he lost weight. He does not look like the same person that went in there. He looks completely different. And we know Sonia Massey lost her life back in 2024. And this is 2026. And he really looks different. He really does. You can see he was definitely ill just looking at this photo. And now let's get to the videos. Okay. Please, okay, I see the ones. Thank you so much. On top of your game. Thank you.
Sean Grayson died Sunday. He was the former Illinois sheriff's deputy serving a 20-year prison sentence for killing Sonia Massey in her home. Grayson's attorney confirmed his death, but did not provide further details. The 32-year-old was convicted of second-degree murder last year for the fatal shooting of Massey, who called authorities over a possible prowler outside her home in July of 2024. Grayson shot her in the face in her kitchen. Her killing sparked protests across the country. In response, Illinois passed the Sonia Massey Act, requiring law enforcement agencies to more closely review applicants' pasts. Grayson was diagnosed with colon cancer before Massey's killing. In May, he did seek medical release under an Illinois law for terminally ill prisoners, but he was denied that request.
So, you all bear with me. This is really heartbreaking. I have some good news and some bad news. And I'm just going to give you the bad news first, because it's just heartbreaking. Well, you all remember Sean Grayson, right? The former police officer that was sentenced to 20 years in an Illinois prison for killing Sonia Massey at her home, saying he feared for his life, that she was going to throw some hot water on him. You all remember that? Yeah. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Yeah. Well, Sean Grayson has been released from prison.
What?
Yes, he is out of prison now. And that is because he has died in prison. Yeah, that's right. Sean Grayson, who was convicted of killing Sonia Massey and sentenced to 20 years in prison, has died from his cancer. Yes, he died from his cancer. So that is the news I wanted to share with you all. But the good news for his family, friends, and supporters is that Ouija boards are on sale. Yeah, Ouija boards are on sale, and they're much cheaper than trying to get him on the telephone in prison. So you all can have all-night conversations with him now in hell. Yeah, in hell. Ouija board? Yeah. Yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got. Y'all have the day you deserve. Anybody want to talk to Sean? Oh, okay. Too soon? Too soon? I don't give a fuck. Yeah.
All right, y'all. We got breaking news. Sean Grayson is dead. Y'all remember him? Yeah. He's the officer that murdered Sonia Massey for saying that she rebuked him in the name of Jesus. Yeah, his ass is dead. He had cancer all over his body. Yeah. He applied for compassionate release. They denied it. And now his ass is deceased to the highest level of deceasedness. Y'all go ahead and grab your tea and have a seat. Let's get into it. So according to a statement issued by his attorney, Sean Grayson was battling stage 4 colon cancer, for which he was undergoing treatment. Now, it's unclear if that was his cause of death. However, his attorney says that he died today. As we all know, former Sangamon County Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson was convicted for murdering Sonya Massey in her home in 2024. On that day, Sonya Massey called police officers because she thought there was an intruder or a prowler on her property. When they arrived, Sean Grayson and another officer came inside of the home. There was a pot of boiling water on the stove. Sean Grayson instructed Sonya Massey to remove that pot of water. When she went over to remove it, Sean Grayson began backing up like he was afraid of her. And then she said she rebuked him in the name of Jesus. He then fatally shot her. So he was found guilty last October of second-degree murder for shooting Sonya Massey, and he was serving a 20-year prison sentence in the Illinois Department of Corrections, which was followed by 2 years of mandatory supervised release. And last month, the Illinois Prisoner Review Board rejected his medical release request and ordered him to remain in the clink despite having stage 4 cancer. So he's dead. Sonya Massey, rest in peace. My condolences still go out to the family. I guess we'll learn whether this was a situation where he decided to end his own story because his compassionate release was denied, or this was a result of his cancer. Now, they say that the cancer has spread all over his body, and he was undergoing treatment, but they didn't expect for him to live very long. So while he was in there shooting Sonya Massey, he likely had cancer in his body. And when she said she rebuked him in the name of Jesus, he took that as a threat and he fatally shot her for absolutely no reason. I declare, honey, baby, I'm gonna keep it a stack. I wish he would have stayed in prison a little bit longer. I wish he could have stayed in there for a little bit longer. I don't like for people to, just be able to get away with stuff by going up beyond her. I mean, I don't know where he went, but stay in the clink for a while. That's what I think. Y'all put your thoughts in the comments. Rest in peace to Sonya Massey, and her soul continue to rest. This is Double D Mo for the Black.
Now, I personally don't wish unaliving on nobody. I believe that that's God's job. But what I do know is that God is going to stop allowing y'all to try to play his role when it comes to Black people. He's not having it. For those of you who have not heard already, Sean Grayson, the police officer that was called by Sonya Massey, the Black woman who was calling the police because she needed help. She was struggling with her mental health and wanted help. Well, he's lost his battle to cancer. He's no longer here, and he kicked the bucket in the prison. Now, I hope this is a warning to all of y'all who think that y'all can play God when y'all have power and control in your hands, specifically when it comes to Black people. Your day is going to come.
They are.
And instead of him losing his battle to cancer at home with his family, he lost his life in a prison alone because 20 years was not enough.
Sangamon County Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson has died in prison. We learned this news earlier today. He was convicted of killing Sonya Massey in her home in 2024. His attorney confirmed his death late this afternoon. Just weeks ago, Grayson was denied medical release from his 20-year prison sentence, citing his stage 4 colon cancer diagnosis. The cause of his death remains unclear. Grayson was 32 years old.
Sean Grayson was a former Sangamon County deputy who shot and killed Sonya Massey in her own home in July 2024. Massey had called 911 for help because she suspected somebody was outside her home sneaking around. Now, Grayson, being one of the officers that showed up at Massey's home, he claimed he fired because he thought she was about to throw boiling water at him after she picked up the pot and said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." He was convicted and sentenced in January. Now, in 2023, Grayson was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer. By sentencing, it had progressed to stage 4, spreading to his liver, lungs, and rectum. Now, the Illinois Prison Review Board denied his medical release request 3-0. Grayson died in custody, and the cause wasn't immediately disclosed. Sonya Massey's family, through lawyers Ben Crump and Antonio Romanucci, they released a powerful statement. They called her death unjustifiable and said Grayson's passing brings no closure. It doesn't bring Sonya back, but they offered prayers and peace to his family, knowing that same pain all too well. they'll grieve her loss for the rest of their days. If you didn't know, now you know. And knowing is half the battle. Love y'all. Be safe out there. Big Duke out. You already know. Thank me later.
The former officer that murdered Sonya Massey in her own home has died in prison. And before we get into what happened to him, I want to make one thing very clear. Sonya Massey should be alive today. She was murdered. Sonya was 36 years old when she called 911 on July 6, 2024, because she believed that someone was prowling around outside of her home. She called them for help. Sean Grayson and another deputy responded to the home, and once they got inside, Grayson directed Sonya to remove a pot of water from her stove. Sonya did as she was told, remove the pot of water, and the officer was still on the other side of the room. While removing the pot from the stove, Sonya says, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." Grayson responded by threatening to shoot her in the face, pulled out his gun, and ordered her to drop the pot. Even in this screenshot, you can see they're nowhere near each other. Even if he felt threatened by a pot of water, he could have stepped back and it wouldn't have reached him. She wasn't threatening him with the pot of water. She apologized and ducked down behind her kitchen counter. I mean, I would do the same if I called somebody for help. They show up to my house, say, "I'm going to shoot you in the fucking face," and point a gun at me. So what does Grayson do? He fires 3 shots, fatally shooting her in the head. Remember the other deputy that was there? Yeah, he testified that he did not consider Sonya a threat. I've watched the entire body cam footage. It's fucked up. Even after she is already dead, the other officer is, at least to some degree, trying to save her life, and the officer that shot her just doesn't care. She's lying dead on the ground, and he proceeds to call her a crazy fucking bitch. She quite literally was standing in her own kitchen doing what she was told. She never once attempted to throw the pot of water on him, which of course is what he claimed that he believed she was going to do, but investigators determined that his use of deadly force was not justified. He was originally charged with first-degree murder. A jury ultimately convicted him of a lesser charge of second-degree murder in October 2025. And in January of this year, he was sentenced to a maximum of 20 years in prison. But here's the thing. It was said that he would die in prison because he had already been diagnosed with cancer before he killed Sonya. By the time he was sentenced, his attorneys had said that it spread to his liver and lungs, basically his whole body. He requested compassionate medical release in May, meaning that he wanted to be released from prison because of his terminal illness. Sonya's family opposed it, and just weeks ago, the Illinois Prisoner Review Board unanimously denied that request. And today, Sean Grayson's attorney has confirmed that he died while still in state custody. The official cause of death has not yet been released by the Illinois Department of Corrections. However, again, he had advanced cancer, and the Massey family's attorney referred to his death as being from cancer. Ben Crump, who represented Sonya's family, said it best: "Sonya Massey's death was unjustifiable and she should still be alive today. Sonya was unarmed. She was not a threat. She was inside of her own home and she called 911 for help and ended up dead."
Right. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. And that demon killed her. So.
And he definitely unalived her with impunity. And so no remorse.
Nope. None. And even with all of that, her family still sent prayers to his family.
Yeah. That is that's very sickening from her family to do that. Like, if I were the victim's family, I will not even give sympathy to the defendant.
Right. Like, you killed my daughter, you killed my mother. Like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm. Like Jesse.
Fresh always in the building. Salute, Fresh.
Hey, Fresh, how you doing?
I'm just going over the death of Sean Grayson. Great news. Great news. Got to do another round of applause. Great news. To hell with Sean Grayson. May he rest in peace.
Yeah, it's really great news, and it's really justice for Sonya. What's her last name?
Okay. Can y'all hear me now? All right. Well, what I was saying is, you know, the Most High did what he does. He protects his children. And this final judgment on Sean Grayson was just. And as far as, you know, I've been listening to different videos and I came across Officer Tatum, who was still sitting there like the sellout and coon that he is, defending Officer Grayson. And all I got to say is Officer Tatum, or what people call you, race Batum Tatum, there is a special hell waiting for your sellout ass.
Right.
And judgment, I pray, will be swift upon your ass.
Yep.
Sitting up there trying to justify Sean Grayson murdering a woman that was not standing anywhere near him with a pot of water.
All right.
And you sitting there justifying that. I tell you what, the judgment just can't come fast enough on your ass.
Right.
So what's worse, a bullet being shot at you or some pot of water and you're standing 20 feet away from the person? Give me a damn break.
Right.
So, Woolly Tresses, thank you for the 10 jewels. Hiding, thank you for your support from my channel. Mama Bear Judah, thank you for the 10 jewels gold coin. And thank you so much for your support from my channel. So y'all, I do have more things that are coming. I just have to get it scheduled. I was dealing with a lot of orders. That's why I couldn't do it my normal time. So everybody just be on the lookout for my lives. Don't forget to pick up your hair products and have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Great news to help Sean Grayson make you rest in piss and shit. What are your thoughts?
In general,
Oh yeah, my thoughts is that, you know, I'm glad judgment. So I'm glad that judgment came at the right time against the former deputy who unalived the victim. Sonia Massey, yes, Sonia Massey, yes. Because, you know, it tells me that majority of the crimes committed against FBAs happen to be racist Mzungus, rather they're police officers, lawyers, or civilians, and it's about time. And judgment is definitely coming against them. And so when judgment is coming against them, that means it's time to pay up.
Yep. Whether you like it or not.
Right. And especially I know like there's some Mzungus who are married to, you know, to Tyrone or Kisa. Like those Mzungus married to FBAs. Yeah, Mzungus, you guys gotta do right by FBAs, especially in interracial marriages.
Right. But they're not. They're gonna do what they know.
Right. Otherwise,
That's
right. Otherwise, FBAs are gonna leave Brad and Becky.
Yeah. It's already happening. We show videos of people talking about how they don't want to have nothing to do with white people. Even white people saying they don't want to have nothing to do with other white people.
Right. Oh, I hear that. Yeah, absolutely. I think I saw a clip. I saw a couple of videos where white parents disapprove of their white kids for not being racist against FBAs. And to you, that's not enough, right? Just you say that, okay, great, but we want substance. We want to see substance.
Exactly. The hell with an apology. Cut the goddamn check. That's the only thing we need to talk about.
Right. Yes.
Nobody living is currently a slave. Cut the goddamn check. Why have to pay for? Cut the goddamn check. That's the response for everything these Nabiscos and these OTPs and tethers got to say about our reparations. Cut the goddamn check.
Hey, how do you imitate a Nabisco, especially a female Nabisco?
Female Nabisco.
Like Karen's.
You'll never get it. You're never gonna get reparations. It's never gonna happen.
I bet your response to them is like F them, right? Yeah, when you say to them, I'm sure they become silence.
Yeah. They usually do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I'm seeing more, as a matter of fact, I'm seeing more white liberals coming out and exposing who they are. So they do a better job of revealing they do a better job of revealing who they are than telling.
Yeah. They'll definitely show you who they are. If somebody shows you who they are, you best be believing. That's what
Right. You remember that movie Get Out in 2017? Remember when the brother was with the white woman?
Yeah.
And his friend told him, like, hey, brother, if I were you, be careful about Becky and her parents, especially especially those who identify as liberals.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the brother who was with the white woman had to learn the hard way at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he was in a sunken place.
Right.
And that's still a lot. That's it's really people like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's in a sunken place.
Yep. And it was this very scary place, especially when he was like in the all white area. Despite that, it was despite the fact that he was in a liberal area, but still very scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, does it remind you of the movie Chucky?
You wanna play? Yeah, I used to have a Chucky doll too.
Mm-hmm.
When I was like 3 years old. Well, yeah, moving along, we got the Tupac murder trial is on day 6. So we got to follow up on what happened or a recap of what happened yesterday now. So Jesse Brewer, I think.
And I saw him walk by. I know
that Nabisco Jesse gonna give us an update. Jesse Weber from Law and Crime. Stop, crazy cats.
disagreeing with me right now. I watched him go by.
Sure, and that's fine.
And he looked good.
Okay, are you done with the answer?
Yeah, I sure am.
The Tupac Shakur murder trial entered its 6th day, and once again, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis could not stay quiet. He shouted answers from the defense table, shook his head at witnesses, and even raised his hand for a break when the jury didn't need one. But even more fireworks came when it was time to hear from a witness who recorded Davis's own words without his knowledge.
Tell me who you got permission from.
I didn't need permission. Do you understand? There's no permission needed for that. I'm there to do it.
But you're not the contract person. You don't have a contract.
We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. So we're in week 2 now of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. And once again, the defendant, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, made his presence known in the courtroom in a way you typically don't see. Not just as a defendant, but as someone who seems determined to run the courtroom, like he allegedly ran the streets. Now, there was an especially fiery moment that came down just before court adjourned for the weekend. And today, Davis was at it again. Earlier today, Michael Dorsey was back on the stand. He is a documentary filmmaker who produced Murder Rap in 2015 with Greg Kading and later worked as a consultant on Death Row Chronicles. During interviews for Death Row Chronicles, Dorsey recorded audio on his phone, capturing moments that weren't on the official BET tapes, and those recordings eventually turned into evidence in this case. So today, court kicked off with arguments outside the presence of the jury on whether parts of the recording should be allowed in. Before Dorsey got back on the stand, the defense attorney laid out his argument. He was trying to describe Dorsey's role, saying he was listening in to make sure Davis wasn't lying. But this attorney apparently couldn't remember the name of the interviewer who was in the room with Davis. And that is when Davis, from the defense table, shouted it out, and it was picked up on microphones. Listen.
The problem with what we're doing now is this. Mr. Dorsey gets up there and testifies, and he says, look, my job, from what I understand, was to listen in to the interview that's being conducted between Mr. Davis and the interviewer, which whoever that person is. And he's supposed to be there to really sort of make sure that Mr. Davis is not lying or saying something that's off from what he understands the 2008 proper session to be, the recording.
So that was Davis appearing to try and help his own attorney, but there was another moment. This was during the cross-examination of Michael Dorsey, again, outside the presence of the jury. Dorsey was explaining that he made it a point not to run into Davis, and points out that he can see Davis's reaction to his testimony from the defense table.
Mr. Sam, you may cross.
Okay, Mr. Dorsey, you've never met Mr. Davis before.
We've never met. We've seen each other before.
Okay, so on the day of the recording, you made it a point to not run into Mr. Davis, fair?
Correct.
You were actually in this other room.
That's correct.
And you're there just with headphones on.
Yes.
So,
and I saw him walk by. I know he's disagreeing with me right now. I watched him go by.
Sure, and that's fine.
And he looked at me.
Okay, are you done with the answer?
Yeah, I sure am.
Okay.
And then later, the judge asked the jury if they needed a break, and they didn't. But apparently Davis did. So instead of leaning over and quietly telling his attorney, he raised his hand, waving his arm to get the judge's attention.
Let's see, we've been going for about an hour and a half. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you guys have to take a restroom break? Anyone? Raise your hand. Okay. If you want to just do maybe another half hour and then we'll take our lunch break. Okay, perfect. Do you need to use the restroom? Okay. All right, we will have to take our break now. So we will take a recess. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial. Of any person connected with this case, by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. Please rise for the jury. We'll see you guys back here at, let's say, 11:40.
These moments are tough. Davis is not just sitting quietly and letting his lawyer do the work. He appears to be inserting himself directly into the proceedings. We saw an especially tense moment on Friday before the lunch break where Davis actually stood up and addressed the judge. He was frustrated that his witnesses had testified, private information had been shared, and he blamed the prosecutor, who in turn had some words for Davis.
They keep giving out my address. They broke in my house. Vandalized my house, vandalized my wife's car, you know what I'm saying? Because they keep giving out our address. Now they gave out my sister's address. This stuff is wrong.
I've heard it's going on both ways, that there's concerns both ways.
They're wrong.
I've admonished them to talk to their witnesses and anyone they can communicate about these issues, okay? So your attorney let me know what's going on.
I get beat up by the cops. The guy attacked me in here, sent me to prison. This is wrong, and it's mostly this guy.
For the record, you're pointing at Mr. Judge.
Yeah, for the record, I think he's indicating he's upset I'm prosecuting him for murder.
No, I'm not upset because you're endangering my family's life.
Okay. State, again, like we talked about at the bench, you're going to stay in communication with your witnesses about not doing any of that. Goes both ways. Mr. Stamps, you'll talk to your client about not communicating with witnesses as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
There is a lot going on in this courtroom. So if you're interested in the play-by-play, gavel-to-gavel coverage of not just this case, but so many other huge true crime cases, you need to check out Law and Crime Plus, where you can unlock access to case files, where the latest court documents, police videos, and more are updated constantly. And you can also watch shows from both Law and Crime and Court TV ad-free. And with my promo On the Case, that's all one word, you will get a month free on lawandcrimeplus.com. So head over, enter that promo code On the Case, one word, and claim your free month right now. So all of those fireworks took place on Friday. But I want to get back to Michael Dorsey and what happened today. Now, Dorsey was a consultant hired by a production company that was behind Death Row Chronicles. And his job was to listen in on the interviews from a separate room through a speaker, while Davis was being questioned on camera. And he was there to help filmmakers verify that Davis was telling the truth, especially since the documentary was also going to use audio from the 2008 proffer interview that we have talked about in some other episodes. But here's the issue. Dorsey didn't just listen. He also recorded everything with his phone. He made surreptitious recordings of the entire interview, including moments when the cameras weren't rolling. And some of those off-camera moments captured conversations between Davis and his attorney, a man named Wayne Higgins. And that's where the legal fight started. The defense argued that those off-camera conversations were protected by attorney-client privilege and that Davis had a reasonable expectation of privacy when he was talking to his lawyer during breaks. But the prosecution has pushed back on that. They argued there was no expectation of privacy. Davis was in a recording studio. He was surrounded by crew members with microphones on him, and he had signed a release. He knew that he was being recorded. And at one point, he even said, quote, "This is a hot mic." So the judge had to decide if those conversations were privileged or fair game. So Dorsey went back up to the stand and he made it clear Davis knew exactly what was happening. But the defense went hard at Dorsey, and it went so off the rails that prosecutors eventually objected.
Mr. Dorsey, you've never met Mr. Davis before.
We've never met. We've seen each other before.
Okay, so on the day of the recording, you made it a point to not run into Mr. Davis, fair?
Correct.
You were actually in this other room.
That's correct.
And you're there just with headphones on.
Yes.
So,
and I saw him walk by. I know
Right.
he's disagreeing with me right now. I watched him go by.
Sure, and that's fine.
And he looked at me.
Okay, are you done with the answer?
Yeah, I sure am.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, I want to make sure I'm clear. Are you working as an employee of BET?
No.
Okay, what are you at that point?
I am a contract employee, work for hire, as a technical consultant for specifically this production. I'm not hired by BET. I'm hired by the production company.
The production company?
Yes, sir.
And that's Entertainment One?
Entertainment One and Creature Films, like a subsidiary of Entertainment One.
All right, and then in terms of your work with Entertainment One, that was bound with a confidential agreement, right?
Yes.
Do you have proof right now that you're no longer bound to that agreement?
I do. I have a letter from an attorney at Paramount Pictures, which owns BET, approving me sharing my information. And then I also have an email from Mark Ford, the head of Creature Films, also saying he had no objection.
The defense kept pressing and Dorsey didn't back down.
So in your work with Entertainment One, what you basically do is you have your phone or whatever recording device down
Yes.
next to the monitor in which you're listening to a conversation.
Correct.
You cannot tell us who's where in your recording, correct?
Correct.
You just hear noises, right?
That's right.
Now, in terms of the actual recording itself, as the individuals sitting there, are they sitting with mics on their lapels as they're sitting there being interviewed by that person?
What you mean, the person conducting the interview, is he wearing a mic?
Is he wearing a mic, and is the person that is interviewing wearing a mic?
I don't know if the Mario Diaz, for example, is conducting the interview. I don't know if he was wearing a lapel mic, but there would be two mics in the room minimum. There would be a lapel mic on Keefe, and then there would be a shotgun mic over him that is kind of capturing everything else in the room.
Right. And so in terms of what you're recording, you don't know, for instance, if the cameras are on and off because you're actually just listening to sound.
That's correct.
And in terms of the interview, you understand that Wayne Higgins was in the room as well as
Yes. Yes, he was there for the entire first interview, and then he was like 10 minutes late to the second interview.
All right. Now, before we were listening to this, are there any moments at all where Mr. Davis is talking loudly during what you would think would be a private conversation?
Loudly. He's just using a normal indoor voice is what I would say.
Okay. And then when you say that there was this statement that this is a hot mic,
yes,
fair to say that that was a reminder to whoever he's talking to that, hey, this should be kept private.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So there were times where there was an understanding, or at least an idea that what they were going to have a conversation about.
There was one time, that was the only time.
Now, after you had recorded what you did in this case, which is the entire thing.
Correct.
You never had his permission to record all of it, right?
I didn't need his permission.
Why?
Because he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on him. He has lights and a camera pointed at him. He's in the production studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No.
And-
Let's back up here to make sure I'm clear.
Sure.
You're a crew member, but you don't own the rights to the production itself, right?
Correct.
And you don't own the rights in terms of what the camera angles are or anything along those lines.
That's correct. I could
Now-
not put this on YouTube and profit from it.
Okay, well, back up here again. I want to make sure I'm clear. Did you take that audio recording that you made and give it to either Entertainment One or any of the subsidiaries in this case?
No.
Okay, so you basically took something that you didn't have permission to take.
That's not true.
Okay, well, back up here. Tell me who you got permission from.
I didn't need permission. Do you understand? There's no permission needed for that. I'm there to do it. I made the recording because he showed up for the first interview, not ready for his interview to be conducted. So I knew it was going to be broken up into 2 days. So I said, I'm going to make a recording of this so that I can make sure we ask the correct follow-up questions when we come back. That's the only reason I made this recording.
But you're not the contract person.
I apologize. We're way afield of the issue that the court needs to rule upon, and this sounds like cross-examination for a jury.
Oh, I'll get back into it, Jerry. I'm just saying as of right now, Judge, we have a problem with this. Thank you. And just to make sure I'm clear, you take that recording and that's the recording that you're now publishing here for this jury, right?
Publishing, no. Playing for the jury, yes. Publishing it suggests publicly. I'm not putting this out to the public.
That was a legal terminology, but you're playing that for the jury now.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
After hearing from both sides, the judge made her decision.
In general, the attorney-client privilege under 49.095 is broken when you speak in front of a third party who's unrelated to the legal team. Here, it appears as though Mario Dorsey and there others were potentially present for the conversations. Additionally, the setting of the interview itself does not lend itself to a belief that the conversations would be privileged and or private. It's a recording studio. The purpose is there to be recorded. A release is signed so that the person can be recorded. The entire room is microphoned up. Additionally, there are microphones on the people participating in the interview. In general, this isn't a situation that would lend itself to private conversations. I think based on the testimony, they are not privileged conversations.
Essentially, the judge ruled out the attorney-client privilege, meaning the off-camera conversations became fair game. Now, with the legal issues resolved, the jury was ready to hear the recordings, but those recordings from the 2017 interviews, they can't be played here due to copyright restrictions. So here are some of the key moments from the July 28th interview that the jury heard. At one point, Davis appeared to open up the interview about Sean Diddy Combs. Back in the day, he was then known as Puffy. His name changed a couple times since, right? And his alleged fear of Suge Knight, who was the head of Death Row Records. You remember that East Coast, West Coast rap rivalry of the 1990s. Now, Davis can be heard in the recording saying, quote, Puffy was scared of Suge. He was really scared of the dude. It wasn't no game. He was out of college, you know? He also talked about the offer that Combs allegedly made to pay Davis for killing Tupac and Suge. And he can be heard in that recording saying, quote, he wanted to get rid of them dudes, his problems, CEO, the big guy, yeah. When the interviewer pressed further, asking if Davis and his crew were cool with helping Combs, Davis pushed back, saying, quote, no, we ran into him at the House of Blues. The interviewer then asked Davis directly, did Puffy ever pay him? And this is what he said. No, because it was hot, you know? You can't just jump out there like that. Got to be smarter in this game. You know what I'm saying. Otherwise, they take your bleep down. Now, according to Davis, the payment was supposed to come through an intermediary, but it never arrived. And he expressed frustration about the situation, saying, quote, I hate the day I met Puff. He destroyed my life. He's super rich. Bleeper ain't even send me a pair of Sean John drawers. Now, when the interviewer asked if he was upset about not getting paid, Davis again pushed back, saying, quote, I am a kingpin. I was making more money than Puff. I had all the money, all the women. I didn't need the money. Later in the interview, Diaz asked Davis about his nephew, a man named Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. Davis opened up about how he was loved. Quote, Orlando was well respected, good student in school. Everybody loved him. He liked Tupac too. And when asked why Anderson was never charged for anything related to the shooting of Tupac Shakur, Davis said, quote, he didn't brag. That's against the code, dog. Davis also talked about his relationship with Suge Knight, how they'd known each other since they were kids. And when asked if Suge ran Death Row Records like a gang, Davis didn't hesitate. quote, yeah, he hired all gang members. I guess money gave him the power. You know, money is power. Now, later in the interview, Davis was asked if he ever felt bad about what happened to Tupac. And he said, quote, I wish it never happened. It changed my whole bleeping life. I lost my plug. Colombian boy left, went back to Bogota. He didn't want to be caught up in RBS. And later, quote, Tupac should have stayed in his lane. You're not a gangster. You're a bleeping rapper. I told you earlier, stay in your bleeping lane, dude. You're not doing what we're doing. Now, before we go, some highlights from Friday that we did not get a chance to show you because today was focused on the legal battle over those recordings. But Friday's testimony gave the jury something else entirely. Eyewitness accounts and documentary evidence that put Davis's own words front and center. The prosecution called Leonard Jefferson. He's the man who took the last known photograph of Tupac Shakur alive just minutes before the shooting in Las Vegas. Jefferson testified that he came to Vegas for the Mike Tyson fight, but he ends up selling his tickets for $2,500 each, and he was just people watching at MGM instead. Now, while in the lobby, he recognized Tupac in his entourage. He had met Tupac before back in LA because Jefferson sold cars to people who were affiliated with Death Row Records. So he was introduced to Tupac at a studio. Now, later that night, Jefferson says he was driving down Las Vegas Boulevard in his white Suburban. He was stopped at a red light when a car pulled up next to him. The wheels caught his attention. Then he looks up, and there's Tupac Shakur. And who's with him in the car? Suge Knight.
I was stopped at a light, and a car rolled up, or really the wheels really caught my attention, and then I looked up and I saw it was Tupac and Suge sitting in the car.
Well, did you try to interact with Mr. Shakur or Mr. Knight?
With Tupac, I did.
Okay. And what happened? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I said, hey, what up, Pop? And then he kind of looked and kind of took like a double take. He said, oh, what up, man? And then I said, hey, where you guys headed? He said, we're headed to the club. You should follow us. It's all right, cool. And then, I don't know. I said, man, let me get a picture real quick. And I had my camera in my center console, so I just grabbed my camera and snapped the picture.
Jefferson said he had a 35 millimeter camera in his center console. Remember, this is the 90s, long before camera phones were even close to being a thing. So as the light turns green, Tupac's car takes off and he took this picture. Now, Jefferson ends up following the caravan. He was about 3 cars back, he says. And at some point, he made a right turn onto Flamingo Road, and then he heard it.
When I get on the phone, I was calling California Pizza Kitchen to cancel my food order.
Because you're headed to the club, right? You don't need a CPK anymore.
Yeah, I don't need CPK. So while I was on the phone with him, like 30 seconds or so, and then all of a sudden I just hear pop, pop, pop. And I kind of like looking around, and then I see the cars are stopped, and I see the people in front that were in the cars. They got out of the car and ran to the front. They ran to the BMW.
So you hear gunshots.
Yes.
But you don't. Do you see where the gunshots are coming from?
I did not know.
And do you see who's doing the shooting?
I did not know.
You just hear the gunshots.
I just hear them. Yes. I made the U-turn. I catch up to. I'm behind the Lexus. It was a green Lexus. So I'm behind him, and then we see Suge make the wide left turn back onto the strip, and he went up on the curb and came back down, and then we all went through the intersection. It was traffic coming through, and we just all made it through. And then we got to, Harmon. We got back to Harmon, and Suge makes another left turn, and now it's like cross traffic. He couldn't get through. And by this time, now we see the bicycle cops. There's a bicycle cop rolls up, and Suge is kind of like stop here. This is Las Vegas. This is the street he turns on. So he's just stopped. And then the cop drops his bike, and I started to get out. Then I got back in once I saw the cops with him.
You look at the BMW at all?
I look at it, and then I see like I said, the bicycle cop rolled up, and then he drops his bike, and then I see Suge getting out the car. And now the officer is yelling commands to him, get down, lay down. And you hear Shug saying, my man, pocket shot, we need help, pocket shot. And then the cops, I kind of blanked out. I didn't really hear what he said. And then the cop, for whatever, walked over there to Shug. Shug got up and they walked over to the passenger side of the car. At that time, when that occurred, a police officer rolled up in a vehicle. He ran up and pulled a gun on me and ordered me out of the car. He opened my door and then threw me down, snatched me out of the car and threw me down on the ground. Now I'm like prone down on the ground. I'm in the direction I'm facing. I could see what's going on with the with the police and shit.
Did the officer give you an explanation as to why he was treating you in such a manner?
Yeah, I said, hey, what's going on? He said, we have witnesses saying that you were part of their entourage.
That photo would go on to become famous. It's been licensed for books, documentaries, it's used in news coverage. Jefferson acknowledged under cross-examination that he's profited from licensing that image. I mean, it's an iconic photo, but he said he didn't stage the scene in any way. The prosecution then played clips from the documentary, and the jury heard Davis's own words, and they heard him talked about the $60,000 paid to Orlando Anderson. They heard him say that he wanted to get the truth out, and they heard portions of the 2008 proffer interview where Davis described getting the gun from someone named Zip Martin, handing it to the back seat, and his nephew, Orlando, fired the shots. But according to Diaz, the interviews were not scripted. He didn't provide questions in advance. There was no coaching or coercion on his part. Now, after Davis later claimed that the documentary was actually, quote, scripted and just for show, Diaz and others lobbied to release the raw footage to police. On cross-examination, the defense pointed out that Davis was paid for his appearance and that the documentary used dramatizations and recreations. But Diaz maintained that Davis's words on camera were his own. So that was Friday. Then today you have the legal fight over those recordings that continued, but the jury has now heard Davis's own words, and the prosecution is building its case around what he himself has said. That will do it for this episode of On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify, and we're also streaming on Peacock. I'm Chris Stewart. We'll see you next time.
See, in other words, it's kind of like this. It's the good old boy system only because the black people who are in charge, they're going along with the status quo.
So they can keep their position.
Correct. Here's the thing. I fought a case for 14 months straight, and you can pull it up. And they had a councilman in Goshen, Mississippi, which is in Jackson County, named Rusty Anderson. And I went to the city hall every month for 14 months straight, twice a month, asking for his resignation.
What did he do?
Not to kill the city, but to get his resignation because he made racial comments about the black people because they had black spring break here. Probably like 2 to 3 years ago, because it was all in that little same time span.
Was that the one I was talking about, or that's a different person?
That's a different person. And still, the position on the NAACP, because I was the first vice in, was they gave me permission, our branch did, to fight the case. But we didn't get any more teeth to it because the state president, which is Robert James, didn't come in and try to do anything again. And what the comment was a councilman who was Rusty Anderson. He said they had a shooting. And it really wasn't much, but what he said was, let them, because if I remember it right, he called them, but he was speaking about the young people, just let them kill each other. And then once they kill each other, then we'll come in and sort it all out. And then he made another comment, the reason why they was acting like that, because Obama added in that way. But what happened, we wouldn't have known anything about it somebody white who was in the chat room with him leaked the actual conversation. And when they leaked the conversation, that's how we got it. And so,
all right, peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. And that is my brother from down there in Jackson County, Mississippi, Richard Jackson, who is exposing the whole entire network of racism, corruption, and greed that exists through that whole area. We're talking about Ocean Springs, Pascagoula, Moss Point, and Goshen. All 4 cities of Jackson County, he has specific incidents of how racism and corruption abounds. Now, if you don't remember, Mr. Jackson, I did a story about what Ocean Springs did to the Black residents of the community when they're trying to take their property. And I played a clip when my brother was on the news, and this is what he said.
In the Holloway, and he's on there, and he's saying. So what they want us to do is not listen to what we're hearing, but look at them and believe what they're saying through their lying lips.
Patty Gaston and Carlos Barbosa are appointed by the mayor. Do you all feel like that these individuals should step down at this point?
Not only should they step down, they should be fired. Because Patty Gaston is an employee of the city of Ocean Springs. All these people right here, they think for themselves. Think about all the time they've gone down the tour, thinking that they came down here, Miss Davis here, and they thinking that she's doing a wonderful job, for them. Only to leave and then find out later on she talking behind their back. So you need somebody down there that not only appreciates your dollar, but they value you as a human. See everybody that's out here. We're all different nationalities. But the most important thing that we're all Mississippians. And the one thing about a Mississippian is we're gonna fight anytime that we think something is wrong.
All right, so that is my brother standing up against, once again, some council members in Ocean Springs who made racist comments. Now, I want to play you the rest of our call because the brother called and he just blew my mind with several incidents that you're going to hear about why there's probably going to be no justice in the Nolan Wells case. Even though I hate to admit it, but after you listen to him, he's going to tell you why Ocean Springs, Jackson County, Pascagoula is what it is. Just listen.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, this is Mr. Jackson. How you doing today?
Pretty good. It's Mr. Taylor. You Richard, right?
Hey, I'm Richard Jackson.
Okay, I'm Richard Taylor, man. And nice to meet you. And so,
yeah, nice to meet you too.
So you was the dark-skinned gentleman that was talking at the end of the news clip.
That is me.
All right, sir. So that was the case where they was trying to label most of the Black people's land as blight, and so they can come in and
the blight and slum identifier.
Okay.
But I think the thing that didn't come out is this. I like how you said that when we took the case and we went in front of the federal judge, what the federal judge said was this. He said that he couldn't rule in the residents' favor because the city had already dropped the case because there is no blighted slum in this area. See, basically they were getting ready to commit fraud because they were trying to get the money. However, BP had already put up $2 million to purchase those people's land.
Okay.
They put up $2 million prior to any of this for the purchase of those people's land, and they were going to come back through and develop it. So what the citizens did was this. They continued on with the lawsuit because it's a Jim Crow era lawsuit. See, in other words, they did that so that it would benefit everybody around the state. See, because that law is still on the books, up and down the state, and they only are seeking $1. So on the appeal, which is actually getting ready to come up, we think that we actually have a great chance to win the case. But this is why I contacted you. We went to the NAACP, okay? And the NAACP, see, because I was the first vice in the local branch of the NAACP for this county. And the branch president, who's been there for 40 years, did not come to help with that case. The thing is, it's in the newspaper, he sided with the city. So what wound up happening, when we got ready to sue the state, we went, and the Institute of Justice went to the state president, and he refused. His name is Robert James.
So the state president refused to help y'all too?
He refused to help us. So even when we got ready to appeal it, and they have a litany of lawyers, they asked him to just join the case so he would strengthen the case, and he said no. So that's when I told him, I said, we got all kind of problems here in the city of Ocean Springs. And I sent him all kind of issues. That's not the only case that I done fought down here. That's why I'm used to fighting. And we sent him all the documentation, and he said no. So what we said was, well, just let us get our own branch, and then we'll continue to fight on our own. And he told us no. And so we asked why. And they got a lot of stipulations to get a branch. We had over 300 people with their monies ready and all the stipulations that they're supposed to have, which entitles us to a hearing. They say no. Now, the reason why I want to tell you that is because here's what happened. Now, when this happened with Nolan Wells, the same branch president, which is Curly Clark, and if you get a chance, just go back and type up Curly Clark and Nolan Wells. He tells the citizens in this county not to do anything. He basically has the same answer as the sheriff, which is John Ledbetter. That's his friend. So the state and the national branch had to come in and give a different message or answer on the case. See, the local president isn't even speaking on this anymore.
And that's Curly. Is that Curly?
Yeah, that's Curly Clark. Yes. See, so he was telling black people around here, y'all just need to be quiet, leave this thing alone, and whenever they find the answer, they're gonna let you know. So I ran for the presidency, and I lost. No sour grapes or anything. But what happened, I had already told him, if I didn't win, I wasn't going back to the branch because he's been the president for 40 years, and he's done some good things. But when you go against him, and you don't have a say-so in the organization. So I was the guy that was over legal recourse. So when this case came out, had the guy that was over legal recourse got on it from the beginning, the NAACP wouldn't have had a choice but to be there. But they didn't. So the state branch of the NAACP didn't even allow all our members to vote. See, in other words, it's kind of like this. It's the good old boy system only because the black people who are in charge, they're going along with the status quo.
So they can keep their position.
Correct. Here's the thing. I fought a case for 14 months straight, and you can pull it up. And they had a councilman in Goshen, Mississippi, which is in Jackson County, named Rusty Anderson. And I went to the city hall every month for 14 months straight, twice a month, asking for his resignation.
What did he do?
Not to kill the city, but to get his resignation because he made racial comments about the black people because they had black spring break here. Probably like 2 to 3 years ago, because it was all in that little same time span.
Was that the one I was talking about, or that's a different person?
That's a different person. And still, the position on the NAACP, because I was the first vice in, was they gave me permission, our branch did, to fight the case, but we didn't get any more teeth to it because the state president, which is Robert James, didn't come in and try to do anything again. And what the comment was a councilman who was Russ Anderson. He said they had a shooting. And it really wasn't much, but what he said was, let them, because if I remember it right, he called them, but he was speaking about the young people, just let them kill each other. And then once they kill each other, then we'll come in and sort it all out. And then he made another comment, the reason why they was acting like that, because Obama had it that way. But what happened, we wouldn't have known anything about it. Somebody white that was in the chat room with him leaked the actual conversation. And when they leaked the conversation, that's how we got it. And so he tried to deny it, but he came from his phone. MAC address and everything proved that. And he was going, I had got him to where he was going to give up his phone so I can get the MAC address. And that's when they went there and told him, you get that phone up to him, he's a lot smarter than what you think. And he going to try that IPO back to your phone and it's over with. Oh, yeah. So what he did was he refused to run this time. And because he refused to run, now the city of Goshen has a black alderman in his place. Very full.
The city of Goshen, is that still in Jackson or is that
still in Jackson County, Mississippi?
Okay.
Then we had another case where this young lady, her last name was Coleman, and I'm trying to think of her first name. I think of it in a minute, but anyway, make a long story short, they had a tornado that occurred in Moss Point on Juneteenth of 2026 this year. So it's June 19th of 2023. This lady owned the business, had never been in trouble with the police in her life, and the power was out. So he came in and destroyed the little area where it was black at. Make a long story short, she goes to her business the next day. This policeman comes over and asks her what she's doing, and she said, I'm going to check my business. The guy turns around and asks her for some ID, and she was like, well, why? Now, she's on her own property. She don't own no mortgage, nothing. She's been there 9 years. And the guy's last name is Vidrine or whatever. But I got the information and the case number. What happens is he starts to try to put MMA hold moves on this woman, black woman. And they get into a scuffle. He can't arrest her, he can't get it down, and she fought him like a man. So the policemen, they come up and they separate them, stop them or whatever. And to make a long story short, they told her they could have sued her. But I'm talking about this guy kicked her in the back of the leg. He wasn't no kind of police, anything. We go to court, fight it, and when the thing is all over with, they throw her a bunch of tickets for the event. Well, I go to the branch president, which is Curly Clark, and say, look, I need for you guys to see the video, and then once you see the video, we're going to protest. He says no. So she listens to me. We take it to federal court. So what winds up happening, they wind up having to settle with her just to kill the thing, maybe about a year or a year and a half later.
Moss Point, is that in Jackson too?
That's in Jackson County as well. But this guy was a Jackson County Sheriff deputy. See, they brought the Jackson County Sheriff deputies in to assist Moss Point Police because Moss Point Police didn't have that many policemen. So in other words, what I'm saying is this, is that they have these type of issues that have happened in Moss Point, Mississippi, which is in Jackson County, Goshen, Mississippi, which is in Jackson County, Ocean Springs, Mississippi, which is in Jackson County, and Pascagoula. See, all four of them are in Jackson County. Here's the thing. Most people down here already know me.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I want to say, Mr. Taylor. Some of the best people that I've met down here, they're from Ocean Springs. And this is what I'm going to take. There's a two-edged sword on this thing. When we got ready to fight that that railroad district thing down here, the population is about 9% black.
Yeah.
Most of the citizens that live here aren't from here. So what happened, they're mostly artists, like tree huggers, they do paintings and stuff. Those people were the ones that actually spoke up and said, no, this isn't the type of place we is. But they got racist people here. So what they did was the guy that you showed, which was Kenny Holloway, so they got together and they voted him out. So in other words, they got a pocket of them. And unfortunately, the pocket of them that's here, they're extremely strong. And the way that they got them out was they voted them out of there. But for what you reported on, see, it's actually a great thing because here's the deal. They're in here. You ain't saying nothing wrong. But see, it takes stuff like this to bring the light to it. So now the ones that's actually racist and got the money and all this other stuff, they trying to hide like ain't nothing going on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
A lot of them moving out. A lot of them jumping ship because somebody told me that there's like 600 houses up for sale in Ocean Springs now. And last year, about this time, it was only 300.
Okay, then. See, and those are the people who don't, to make sure I say this right.
Hey, Jesse, I'll catch you later.
If they can sell it, what they're doing is moving to this community, which is north of here, called Van Cleve, Mississippi.
Okay, Michael.
Okay.
All right.
So what they're doing up in Van Cleve, Mississippi, is say the house down here in Ocean Springs at 300, 400,000. They go to Van Cleve, buy them some land, and have a house built. 250, 300. That's gonna be 1,500 to dang 2,000 square feet bigger than what they got, and they're gonna have acreage.
Yeah.
See, so they got a whole communion of them up there. See, listen, they got situations down here, man, to where they had this young kid, maybe about 10 years ago now, and all he did was he left. You know, it's a bunch of stories with it, but anyway, this kid left going up there to the pizza place to meet these guys, white guys that had a business, and they had a whole bunch of these folks tied up into a lot of illegal activity.
Mm-hmm.
This kid disappeared. He never been seen, heard from, or nothing since then.
You talking about you said he was the descendants of Martin Luther King.
Okay, that kid there, that is Timothy Sutton.
So what's the other kid name?
I'll get that one for you. Because that one is in the newspaper as well. All you gotta do is type that in and say, go check team missing for about 10 years, and his name is gonna pop up. And they're gonna show where he went to the pizza Hut. But Timothy Sutton, he's the resident, he's a relative of Dr. Martin Luther King. His father, which is Bill Sutton, I got their phone number. They live in Georgia. Right down there by this military base in South Georgia. And they've been here easy 8 or 9 times. This guy virtually moved here, didn't know nobody here, worked for this place that was similar to the people that pick up the money all the time, the Brinks truck people.
Mm-hmm.
But he worked for Garter World. Make a long story short, he never had nobody come visit him or nothing. And the neighbors thought something was kind of off. The dad and the mom saw him. This guy comes back and he leaves in his car. Car runs out of gas, probably about 55, 60 miles from here. In the house that he ran out at is right on the main highway. They left the car there, called the police, and the police didn't do nothing, said maybe they'll come back. These people took this boy's car and put it behind their house, black people, and that's where it stayed for 11 months. And these folks were looking for him. And one day this lady called, said she just happened to go through the car, called one of their friends, and asked them, did they know Timothy Sutton? And she was like, well, yeah, he's missing. And she's like, well, I got his car right here. They beat it, come down here, And sure enough, his car is there. He has everything in his car, wallet and everything, but no Tim Sutton. And so they've been looking for him.
So
and you can talk to those people.
What was he into?
He wasn't into nothing.
He just met who? So who was he going to meet?
They don't know. They don't know anything. But in that place where he wound up mentioning that, it's a place called Waynesboro, Mississippi, which is like in Wayne County. So it's like 2 counties north of here. They had a sheriff that was up there, and they had a lot of racial situations there. And so the black people up there, they wouldn't say nothing. By the same token, they had another case that you might be familiar with, where the young man, Raheem or Takeem Simmons or Summers, this was a kid that was running through the woods.
Oh, yeah, you talking about Rasheem Carter.
Correct. Listen, his grandfather lives here in Morris Point. And so I had been working that case trying to get it, but see, the way the NAACP is structured, if it's not in your county, then you can't work the case. See, it goes to whatever county is there, whatever the next local branch is, unless the state NAACP says it's a state or national issue, then we all could go there. They never did that with that situation there. And so, Mr. The lawyer, Benjamin Crump, he came down the whole 9 yards and they ran the gamut. Nothing. The guy that they thought did all the stuff, he didn't go, and he's back in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big case. That's a big case.
Because here's the other thing. This is what got me here. My dad used to be the mayor in Morris Point for 13 years. And make a long story short, he got killed in a car wreck. And so I was only supposed to be here for 6 months. 6. And then they were going to settle the estate. My dad got killed in a car wreck in 2005. This is 2026. And the case is not settled yet.
Wow.
And the reason it wasn't settled yet was because the lady that he was married to worked at the Chevron place down there. And each one of us was supposed to got a meal too apiece. Well, what they do down here is they run all your stuff into the court down there. Once they run into the local court and gets probated, if they find out you got some money, they delay this thing. And what I mean by that is, see, you burn up all your money trying to fight the cases. See, because they take inventory of everything that you got. And so all they do is they run you in a circle. See, they never settle your stuff. I got 1,000 court-generated documented pages from that courthouse down there in Jackson County. What do they call this thing?
Clerk of court.
Yeah, the circuit court.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had been down there for so long, they appointed 2 special judges to my dad's case. His name is Louis Jackson. And I'm going to send you a copy of his case and the title number on it. And you can pull that. And you're going to be like, huh? Listen, this lady committed fraud and a whole bunch of other crimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean a thing. They turn that stuff over and they say, we're going to turn it in for evidence. But it don't go no further than that. So the first special judge we had, they let the session run out 2 years, and they gave us another special judge. When he finally heard the case, his way of not paying anything was saying that I had to use my money to protect my own interests to get the inheritance that we were doing. We wasn't not getting nothing. But they didn't settle the case because there was so many improprieties in it until all those judges down there basically should be in jail. So that's why I'm saying that Christine and Elmo, they can't go to court down there. They need to turn that thing around. They need to be in federal court.
Okay, and you said that guy Curly Clark didn't even want to help him, and the state NAACP, he didn't want to help him either.
Oh no, because see, when the thing first started out, all you got to do is go back and look at the amount of time that went by from when it first came out, when you guys started kind of pushing it across the country, and then by the time they finally turned around and said, okay, well, we're going to join the case. See, because when he gave his little statement, it was after he found out that they had hired a lawyer. See, the way the NAACP works is this way. As long as you don't have a lawyer, then they're supposed to come in and represent you. So if they going to do their little investigation first, then it don't take no time to find out that something went wrong out there. So he should have been on top of that it happened that Saturday. That Monday, he should have already been on it, if not by close of business, 5 o'clock. But he didn't. When he heard that they had hired Crump, whichever day they did that, that's when he came out and gave that little lightweight statement that he done gave. He ain't had nothing else to say since then.
Hey, y'all know it's deeper than what we know in that whole entire county. And, just for reference, I did have to look up the man's father, and this is him, the now late deceased Lewis Jackson. He was the first Black mayor of Moss Point, which is in Jackson County. Now, this brother went through a whole lot of information that we're going to have to unpack piece by piece. But you're talking about an entire plot by the city of Ocean Springs to take an entire Black people's neighborhood. I think they said it was like 300 houses. And you heard them say that BP had pledged $2 million for those houses. Now you think about $2 million for 300 houses. And what the city was going to do, they was going to condemn them, make them blight, and then basically give the people pennies for their houses so BP can come in and develop the land. And as you heard him say, it was the Black NAACP leader locally that sided with the city, and also the state NAACP failed to come in and help them. So once again, we have those Black faces in high places. Like you said, the local guy is friends with Sheriff Ledbetter. And so this is the kind of racism we face, and we actually have others of our same hue participating in it. And you heard the racist comments by one of the council members of Goshen. And then, we already did the story on the one with the council member in Ocean Springs. And you heard about 2 or 3 missing persons cases, as well as the women who was beat over there in Moss Point. Finally, the icing on the cake is this man is still in court fighting for his late father's estate, which his father died in a car accident, as you heard, in 2005. And so once again, this is Mr. Jackson. You heard him. The last thing he said is one thing about Mississippians, we know how to fight. And he is out there, been fighting for a long time. We have the same name. I said, yeah, you just like me. We going to fight for those, or we going to fight every time we see a cause that is not right. So Lord willing, we're going to have him on the show. He's going to break everything down, documentation, videos. But this is what we are going to have to face with this Nolan Wells case. As he mentioned, he said, in order for them to get justice, they're going to have to take it out of the state of Mississippi, in which that is going to be hard to do because them powerful white people have powerful people that they're connected to in the federal arena as well. But as the scripture says, yeah, in all things, we are more than conquerors through Yah who strengthens us, as well as he has given us authority to tread on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt us. And that is what I believe, and therefore we speak. Y'all let me know what you think about this video in the comments. We're going to bring the brother on to give us some more insight of the interworkings of Jackson County and all of the racism that we are just hearing about. Nolan Wells is just the tip of the iceberg. Y'all make sure y'all like, comment, hype the video, subscribe, and all those things. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before the fake news throw mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed with stories abroad from literary work. Where the narrative's wrong, the research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my black families. It's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Ladies and gents is power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest house. Cops squeezing hammers because they don't understand. Stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight from the rich investigators. You watch your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse, 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 Telehouse Publishing.
Either this sheriff's department or this police agency is holistically incompetent, or there's something else happening. Remember the coverage of the black male athlete. He goes on a trip with his white friends. He's the only African American. He dies. The sheriff is now quick to conclude that there's no evidence of criminal action and foul play. And there's another twist. Put it up for mass. You're looking at the Mississippi sheriff overseeing the investigation. His name is John Ledbetter. He was in our initial reporting. He has now told TMZ that everything investigators have gathered so far indicates no crime has taken place, even after interviewing the friends Nolan was last seen with. Before I continue, cause and effect is in proximity to each other, simply meaning you don't have time, Sheriff, to conclude an exhaustive investigation. When somebody drowns, typically the conclusion of cause of death, or if there's foul play, comes from the medical examiner, because the evidence that would have been, preserved is no longer preserved on the epidermis of a body, because water destroys evidence of foul play. And so you find cause of death by way of medical examination. They have not done that in the sheriff's department. There's more. ABC reports that authorities said they believe Wells drowned, and they already conclude they do not expect foul play. But the sheriff's office stressed Wednesday that investigators are, quote, working diligently to determine exactly what occurred, end quote. But what about the deleted messages on Nolan's phone? We're going to get into that. Now, the sheriff wants us to believe that even though he has concluded, along with his investigators, there's no crime, he wants us to believe that they are still going to investigate it, obviously, as if there's a crime. There's more. Attorney Ben Crump, our dear friend, is on the case. Family of Mississippi teen Nolan Xavier Wells will conduct an independent autopsy. We talked about this when we first covered it. It's important. This will be in Washington, D.C., following the 18-year-old's mysterious death. According to Attorney Ben Crump, who revealed new details about what he says unfolded on the day Wells vanished, the friends left Horn Island and went back without Nolan. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter said, quote, "From what we understand, he chose to stay there." Who told you that, Sheriff? The people who would be suspects if there's a murder? There's more. Crump said investigators continue to tell the family that, quote, "We don't see any evidence of any foul play, even though you have students who recorded an altercation while they were on the boats." Crump described the altercation as, quote, "Nolan and somebody yelling at one another on the boat." Attorney Ben Crump is not an investigator. He's not a sheriff. He does not have the apparatus of law enforcement and the investigative tools available to him. But he's able to talk to witnesses, and witnesses are willing to talk. There's more. This video is going around, has not been confirmed by the sheriff's office, but has gained a lot of attention. Nolan arguing with friends on top of that possible altercation. And listen, we have to go into these what if scenarios and circumstantial evidence, because that's actually what an investigation would do. We have to do that here with you because the sheriff's office has refused to do so. And Crump has to do so as well. And the family has to do so while grieving and putting their own child 6 feet underground. Wells' friends told police he wanted to stay on the island. Once again, the sheriff is relying on hearsay from the same individuals who would be the primary suspects in the disappearance of Nolan if there was foul play. I just want to make sure we clarify that. If, where he was last seen with a girl, but they took his cell phone. Crump told ABC News, quote, "That's not adding up to them. The fact that then when the family gets the cell phone back, they're saying they are trying to understand why there are deleted messages. And so it's very concerning to them." The woman who he was last seen speaking with around 3 p.m. Saturday has said that after they talked, Nolan, quote, Nolan said he was going back to the boat, end quote, according to Crump. Another quote. And then the boys on the boat said, no. Nolan told them he was going to stay with her, end quote. And so they are conflicting. Well, somebody's lying. Somebody has a credibility issue. It seems as if the sheriff has decided to arbitrarily take the opinion or the commentary and take opinion from that commentary that there's no foul play. And these guys obviously did nothing wrong. It's not a conflict as much as it's one person is lying or one party is lying and another party is telling the truth. And that's it. Very clear cut. So which is it, he asks. Crump also said Wells' father described the 18-year-old college football player as an elite athlete. He's 18, a college football player, elite athlete, wide receiver in football. He said that his son could swim And so they're just not accepting that Nolan drowned accidentally, Crump said. Another problematic angle of this case comes from a local Mississippi judge. A local Mississippi judge whose son was on Horn Island with Nolan. Here it is.
Judge Ashley Cole, who is the mother of one of the boys who was last seen with Nolan Xavier Wells, has officially put out a statement. And she's essentially saying in this statement that the reason that she deleted her Facebook account was because she has other young children and she didn't want their pictures circulating the internet, and that she needed to protect her child and all of her children. She also says that she went to high school with Nolan's mother and that they grew up in the same community, and that her son loved Nolan dearly, and that the last time that her son saw Nolan was at 3 p.m. and the boat took off at about 4:30 because they were having some issues with water getting on the boat or something like that. She also shares that her son was under the impression that Nolan was getting on a boat to go back to mainland with some other friends. But again, the math is not mathing.
It's not mathing at all. The sheriff would like you to think he simply has drawn a different conclusion than you, and that's reasonable. You're not a trained investigator. You don't have access to the same information and measuring material as the sheriff. Without utilizing the full weight of that investigative capacity, which includes interrogating potential witnesses and also suspects, the sheriff has come to a conclusion that allows plausible deniability because there has been no exhaustive investigation, which means he doesn't have the evidence that would scream foul play. But evidence is seemingly mounting. Questions for sure. Put up the GoFundMe. We want to help the family. They want answers. Doesn't make sense. An able-bodied 18-year-old star athlete goes to an island, conflicting reports about what the official narrative is as to why they left him. He drowns somehow accidentally. And the sheriff has already concluded the investigation. If you can donate, there's a lot more work to be done. Utilize that QR code. We will keep you updated on this story as always. We have a major update. The story we have been bringing you since day one. Nolan Wells' death. The young black male who mysteriously drowned. That case is now set to go to a grand jury. Put it up full mast. I'm going to remind you of the background and give you the update as we have it today. According to local news WLBT, the results of the death investigation of Nolan Wells will now be turned over to a grand jury once the case is complete. Attorney Ben Crump announced during a press conference with the Wells family on Wednesday. An independent investigation of Wells' cell phone will also be coordinated by Benjamin Crump and his team. Law enforcement officials will also investigate the cell phone findings. More questions have emerged. I'm going to get into those questions in just a moment. I cannot express how extreme the irony is that Benjamin Crump, attorney at law, dear friend and supporter of this show, has to get personally involved, bring in private investigators, coordinate the investigation route with the DA's office in order for some level of justice to be served, or at least appear to be served. At this point, there's more. More questions have come up in this case. The family is receiving conflicting information. So during the 4th of July weekend, the young Nolan Wells went out to a place called Horn Island with a group of friends. However, while all his friends made it home to their parents safely, Wansley received a call from his friends alerting her that Wells was missing. Quote, they said that he wanted to stay and hang out with this girl named Katie. And also that this was the initial conversation, me being alerted to him being missing. It was, quote, oh, well, Katie's also missing, but we don't know who she is. Like, that was our first kind of seeing her type of thing, she said, recalling the phone conversation. So she gets a phone call. Phone call says, hey, we all made it back, but Nolan is with a lady friend. He just met her. We can't find her either, but that's not uncommon. We don't really know her. It's nothing to be concerned about. The call itself is strange, okay? You're a parent. If you are a member of the family, you would believe the same thing, especially when you have a young man who is athletically sound, has duties and responsibilities at the collegiate level, and you're not able to make any kind of contact with this friend. And then all of a sudden you get a call from somebody who was with him, who tells you, who volunteers to you information that doesn't make sense or explain his whereabouts. Why are you calling me? There's more. Wells was reportedly last seen with a young woman named Katie before his disappearance. Though someone related to Katie took to Facebook to dispel rumors that she was missing. The family's attorney, Ben Crump, notes that one of the largest discrepancies lies in what happened after Wells spoke to Katie. According to Attorney Crump, one young woman said Wells had been speaking with her on Horn Island and told her he was going back to get on his friend's boat. Now you have a significant discrepancy of intent and location. There's more. Meanwhile, his friends claim Wells told them he was going to stay back and talk to the young woman. The late 18-year-old's best friend, Javon Williams, who was also at Horn Island on July 4th, told the Biloxi Sun-Herald that he saw Wells after 4 p.m., noting that Wells was hanging out with a girl and other friends during the trip, and that they both left their phones on the boat that Wells took to the island. Hey, once again, every piece of information that we currently have has basically been provided to us through the attorneys by permission of the family. These investigative elements were not in place when we first reported on this story. As a matter of fact, the official conclusion from law enforcement at that time was that there was no evidence of foul play. There was no evidence of foul play. That's what they told us, and we did not believe it. I didn't believe it here. You did not believe it there. And because of that, because the family refused to accept this, and because of the national attention that this case has garnered, you now have a sheriff who went on record recently saying that the tips from the community have been very helpful. He said this during an interview on camera, and then made it seem as if it's because of his investigation. The sheriff says, well, we put out a call to people to give us information if they have it. No, you all concluded early, without any investigation, at least not a proper one, that there was no foul play. And we called you on it. There's more. Quote, the fact that you have the young lady who said that Nolan said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys. And then the boys said, no, Nolan told them he was going to stay with the girl. Which one is it? Somebody must be telling the truth, Crump told Martin. And again, we cannot overstate it enough. What an 18-year-old teenager says, quote, I'm going to stay behind on the island and don't ask for their cell phone. Come on, man. Now, the reason why Crump said somebody must be telling the truth is because if he says somebody's lying, he is subjected to a slander and libel allegation. He's a smart attorney. So, yeah, somebody, in my opinion, is lying. Once again, we said that on day one. Either this narrative is true or this other narrative is true. There's more. Nolan's father, Elmore Wansley, also shut down the narrative, stating, quote, he had too much at stake. He had a plan for his life. He knew what he wanted to do. He knew what he had to do come that following Monday, which was to get down to business so he could get his future started. So for someone to tell me that Nolan decided to stay on the island to chase a girl, no one is going to get me to believe that. Regardless of what some may say in the comment section, parents typically know their child. Parents typically know their child. I can't tell you how many times at Indisputable we have reported on countless stories where the parents knew that the narrative from police was bogus. And because of their persistence, justice was finally served because they knew their child. Now, there's another quote. We always taught him that if you go with the group, you stay with the group, end quote. Dad Elmore said on Good Morning America, quote, if you go with 5, you come back with 5. Do not separate from the group because I've always said safety is a number. So he knew to stay with this group. So why would he split from the group? I don't know. When they said that, that automatically just, it turned me off, but it turned on a question like, I know he wouldn't do that. I preach that to him every day. You're lying to me, Elmore told the Griot. And you have great circumstantial evidence here. You have the discrepancy in timelines, in intent. You have one narrative from the same group who would be the number one suspects if there was a proper investigation. You also have the element of an 18-year-old deciding to stay on an island by himself without his cell phone. That is quite odd, to say the least. And if for some reason he mistakenly leaves his cell phone on that boat, and for whatever reason, I can't think of any reason an 18-year-old will forget about their cell phone, to be quite honest. If it's a mistake, he finds another phone to contact somebody, to contact his parents, to contact one of his friends, in order to retrieve or make sure his cell phone is safe. If none of these things happen, it compounds the circumstantial evidence that has been presented in this case. Now, the grand jury element seems like a win. It's not truly a win. It's better than nothing. I grant you that. But the police agency, they have the jurisdiction to investigate and arrest. They don't need a grand jury. A grand jury for what? What good is the grand jury part going to do if you do not have a named suspect? Who are you going to present evidence against if you don't have a named suspect? My point is this: the work that Benjamin Crump is doing is priceless. Believe that. And we wouldn't be here at this point if it had not been for the national attention, the parental involvement, and individuals saying, no, we will not allow this to stand. But what grand jury hears evidence of a case when you do not have a precise suspect to charge? There's more. In addition to the conflicting stories surrounding Katie, Nolan's parents have called out other discrepancy in the son's case. Police reports listed Wells as wearing black shorts at the time of his disappearance, but Christine recalls a young woman who was at Horn Island reaching out with photos from that day showing him in blue shorts, not black shorts. The family also describes suspicious encounters with Wells' friends when trying to retrieve the keys to his car. Once again, circumstantial evidence, it points to state of mind. So they were acting suspicious, according to the parents, when they were simply trying to retrieve keys to his car, which was parked in one friend's driveway. They had to track down his phone themselves with help from a phone monitoring app and a family friend. That same family friend and her sons also noticed something unusual. Despite Nolan updating his Snapchat on a regular basis, it showed no activity now all of a sudden for 24 hours leading up to his disappearance. And his account showed a location that did not match where his phone was found. Once again, all of this evidence comes by way of the investigative prowess of the family and the attorneys, not law enforcement. That alone should lead you to the conclusion of one or two things. Either this sheriff's department or this police agency is holistically incompetent, okay, being led by Barney Fife, or there's something else happening. You have many rumors. Some rumors suggest that because some of these kids are connected, some of these teens are connected to powerful people, because a judge's son may have been involved at some level of this, or child may have been involved at some level of this. You're going to have all these rumors. Those rumors are there because you don't have answers. Don't blame the people creating the rumors. Blame the folk who have refused to give you direct answers. That's the reason the rumors exist. If you have answers, you eliminate the rumors. These are good-hearted people who are trying to get authentic answers to an authentic tragedy. Period. We will bring you updates as this story develops.
Nolan Wells' autopsy. There are disturbing findings. The cause, the manner of death, Nolan Wells, is undetermined pending further investigation. That's according to the preliminary results of an independent autopsy. Ben Crump, attorney representing Wells' parents, released the findings from Dr. Roger Mitchell during a news conference at the NAACP National Conference in Chicago this morning. Let's tell you more. Crump pointed out red discoloration to the back of Nolan's head. He did not see any cuts or fractures in the same area. Mitchell also found portions of Nolan's throat were missing when the medical examiner received the body, which were likely retained for additional testing. The results of the first autopsy and the toxicology report have not yet been released. Autopsy had been performed in Mississippi before Mitchell received the body in Washington, D.C., July 10th. Mitchell noted in his report that because it was the second autopsy and the body had decomposed, he could not tell if there were bruises or abrasion. More on the report, it noted several limitations to his findings, chiefly lack of access to Wells's body in the immediate aftermath of his death. And that lack of access to some parts of Wells's body, which remain with law enforcement, and a lack of answers about how Wells may have drowned, whether he was conscious at the time. Mitchell was also not able to examine Wells's lungs nor his stomach for the content, such as signs of drowning, because investigators had already dissected Wells' organ, removed his throat structures as part of the official investigation, which Mitchell said is standard. Now there's more, and it involves 7 key questions that do remain. How Wells went into the water before being found on the beach of Horn Island 2 days after his party, what his body's position was when it was found. Did he have water in his airway? Was there any evidence of injuries to his neck? The remaining key questions, according to Mitchell, are Was there evidence of intracranial hemorrhaging or bleeding? What was in Wells's stomach? And what did the toxicology determine? So during Wednesday's press conference, NAACP President Derek Johnson accused investigators of mishandling the case. Quote, "We are accusing them of being derelict in their duties to follow up and to ensure that regardless of what happened, there was a proper investigation," he said. Last week, the NAACP passed a resolution urging law enforcement, including the U.S. Department of Justice, to complete an in-depth and openly transparent review of how Nolan came to be left on the island and of all activities leading up to the time when his body was recovered. Wells was laid to rest in Mississippi following a memorial service in Ocean Springs, at which the Reverend Al Sharpton officiated. In a fiery eulogy, Sharpton promised a $100,000 reward for any new information about the circumstances surrounding Wells's death. Half of that sum will be covered by the actor and producer Tyler Perry, who, as we reported, also paid for the funeral, Sharpton noted. The AP giving us updates here. So it's just a lot. And I saw a posting by Nolan Wells's mother last night. It is enormous, heartbreaking to think of what the family is going through. Bad enough to lose a child, but like this, and not knowing what your child may or may not have suffered through at the very end of his life. A child who had brought so much joy and had so much life left to give.